All right, so tempo, setting the tempo to begin. Ha ha ha. Mos Eisley Cantina will have to slow this one down or simply dip back into the playbook, see what else they have available to them as we keep moving it into the OT. Again, this is a matchup of quarterfinals. It's a best of one that ended 6-6. We're currently in overtime if you're just joining us.
Yeah, good push there by Tempo. Want a couple?
What's the worst that could happen?
You know, another thing that we've seen, especially on this map too, because of just having to walk around it in sometimes, teams have like literally walked to their spot to not give away where they're actually going to push. I think a lot of teams don't really care. They kind of make a whole bunch of noise around the door that they're going to blow, and the defenses kind of are ready for it. I've seen many teams here, Spaceman, especially in the last week that we cast a couple weeks ago. There's been a lot of teams who legitimately want to walk to where they want to go in and not give the opposition any information on where they might hit. I think that's something that we saw Rise and Chaos both do. I think Mos Eisley Cantina also have done it before, but they're on defense here, so we won't see that. See if Tempo, I don't know if they're just going to run it down or which way they want to go. They might split. I don't know if they're coming through dock still. Looks like they do have a door charge. So it looks like it will be a split through server farm and dock.
Jack will find first blood on Rainy. That's clacked down. And Mos Eisley Cantina with the first pick.
Trade it back from Crimson. Crimson does find another. Callouts come out. Good shots down. Jack taken down as well. It's still traded out, though. 3v3. Very low health on the side of Tempo. And I suppose on the side of Hyperdrive as well for Mos Eisley Cantina. As he'll be taken down. Cohen and Gucker left.
Bomb still up. Diffuse in. Trying to stick it.
Oh my gosh.
Well, plenty of time. And Crimson HP. Will handle it.
Got away with that one with just a little bit of health left as well. And for Tempo, quality second win here. And remember, this is a shortened set, so...
I've done that for 2 back-to-back rounds. They'll move to C-Store. Can they go up to match point? Mos Eisley Cantina still trying to find their first round in OT. Looks like a pretty default hit for the offense to work Teller and Entrance together.
This is that small map, and we've seen teams rush this one a couple times. Though I think a lot of defenses have become privy to it. But this is one where a lot of attackers, you can see all the exclamation points, all the smoke grenades and flash grenades, they spam out in storefront, and then they can run directly into that bomb and actually get quite a bit of cover from that bomb site as well. So defenses have to be careful. This is one where offenses, if they do rush properly and get all the right flashes and smokes down, they can quickly get to that bomb and they can get 50% diffuse on that thing before you even know it. So it can also go the other way too. If defenses can kind of stub the attack in entrance, it's much harder for attackers to get in. You don't see too many here. It's kind of an all for nothing.
Now quickly. Ball charge in. Entrance is open.
Ooh. Gucker, or excuse me, Crimson was the one taken down there. I don't think he realized he was exposed.
.30 HP had to force the Saber hip fire. It lands. Really, really good attempt from Mos Eisley Cantina, but unfortunately, Tempo are just too strong. Up 3-0. 1 round away from closing out the quarterfinals and going on to play Arise. What does the Cantina have in store?
What does the Cantina have? Well, they're on the
What do
attack
you guys
now.
got?
They are on the attack, so we'll see if they can put it together. I was going to say, oh, maybe they have a better attacking win percentage as a team, but they do not. They actually have a better defense win percentage. They were not able to get the job.
Of all the maps to get, outside of maybe Killdome, I think this is probably the best one if you are Mos Eisley Cantina as an attacker. It gives you some space. Really, the pace of the round's completely dictated by how you approach entrance and how long. I think this is probably the best one if you are Mos Eisley Cantina as an attacker. It gives you some space. Really, the pace of the round's completely dictated by how you approach entrance.
We'll be taking them down in overtime to move on. It is a split push for Mos Eisley Cantina, and that's a good start. Cohen gets Hanabi. Would love a second pick. Up pushes in.
No covers. Mock it on your screen. Crimson takes out Cohen. They trade him. And Gucker will get lucky. Machina goes down with a sub in hand. The defense not falling back on the back of their feet just yet. Standing strong right now inside accounting. Team that just struggled to convert their first bloods. Finally, they do it. Now. They'll take their time, scourge for any extra equipment. Guns, anything they might be looking for to give them more of an advantage, but a massive sigh of relief Get one on the board. Mos Eisley Cantina take advantage of bank in an opportune time. And the board, Mos Eisley Cantina take advantage of bank in an opportune time. And the perfect map to get some momentum back in their sails.
It really comes down to how they're benefited on each of these maps.
That's just the name of the game now. If you want to make it to the semifinals, that's just the name of the game now. If you want to make it to the semifinals, if not the grand finals, you're gonna have to do things that the entire season's been preparing you for. This might be one of them. And Mos Eisley Cantina make it back-to-back rounds. Can we go to an overtime of an overtime? Can we go the distance? Carly, I want you to name one of those characters from Mos Eisley Cantina right now.
That's a Stormtrooper on Cohen.
Nice job, dude.
I legitimately don't know any of the other ones. What's the green
That's
guy?
all you need to name one. Which one?
Gucker. Cohen on the Saber. Would love to get a pick here. Remember, perfection is needed for Mos Eisley Cantina. They have to be perfect on these entries. They would love to get a pick here. They built themselves a little smoke bridge in. That's the first pick. Maybe a second from Hyperdrive. Massive start for them as their numbers up now. 4v2. Bring it down. Oh, no, Surf Front didn't drop. Hanabi running for their lives, trying to stay alive. Sees one. Can't do it. Jack to take them back inside. And they made it look easy here. Great push from Mos Eisley Cantina. Created a lot of confusion for Tempo. And I think ultimately, when they threw those smokes up, covered with the flashes, they bought themselves a lot of space. They were able to find Tempo kind of scrambling in the chaos. So Mos Eisley Cantina, they got the job done twice. They're going to need it 2 more times if they're going to close out this series.
Never know what you're going to get on a map like Bank or a map like Factory. But For a team that needed some offensive wins, for some good wind in their sails, they get back-to-back wins on back-to-back great map choices. Luck of the RNG gods, and now they'll go to C-Store. A tougher draw for sure.
So you're going to see probably something very similar to what we saw from Tempo. Push through entrance with that wall charge. In fact, it's probably just going to be the same setup. You throw a grenade right out of entrance to take care of the barbed wire. You rush right on in. Such a small map that, I mean, this one really comes down to your gunfighting ability, right? I mean, you're going to get into some close range engagements. Everyone's taking, for the most part, a close range gun, whether that's, you know, some of the SMG, the auto shotgun, or just a regular gun. Cohen, it does have that saber. And that's fine, I think, for attackers as well, trying to get those picks into the site. See if Mos Eisley Cantina can do it, or is Tempo going to finally push them off and take this series down?
Gotta feel like we're going the distance, man. Come on. Send us the full way. Surfront, AP-25 in hands. Night vision available. The offense waiting, biding their time. Here comes the windup. Utils out. Going. Can't find. Repeaks. Waits. Still nothing.
Gucker does get the opening shot, and that's great for Mos Eisley Cantina. Cohen waiting very patiently. They can get another pick. Shots coming out. Nobody's connecting. Flashbangs are coming out. That's a great takedown from Surfront. He's traded out. Cohen will trade as well. Gucker's traded there. So it's a 3v2 in favor of Mos Eisley. 3v1. It's up to Hanabi. Hanabi cannot take it down. Hyperdrive took it over in the end. And everything happened so quickly. It's 3 up for Mos Eisley Cantina in the end. Another tie.
Now the question becomes, what do we do from here? And that is where we're going to have to bring in our, who is also the one going to be adding in all the lava pits to C-Store coming up in the next patch. Tetra, we've now had back-to-back ties. What do the rules say about that? We're going again, baby. We do it one more time. We're gonna do it again. Welcome back in. It's me, Corelli, that space, and we're gonna do this one more time because we got to see which of these teams has the upper hand. And then again, remember, the winner of this goes to play Arise in the semifinals. So you win this. It's a great warm up against an Arise team. It's gonna be team heavy for sure, but we're just gonna keep going. I mean, look, down 0-3, Corelli, to come back 3-3 and tie it.
It's big. It's big. Very big. And honestly, all of those maps were pretty smooth sailing from them. Didn't really come down to crunch time. Didn't really come down to 1v1 situation. They continually had numbers up. So we will have to wait for the next lobby to be made and go again.
Man, couldn't have written it this way. It's going to be interesting. I wonder if Arise is going to be kind of keeping tabs on anything and how these matches are going, but for them, they're kind of getting all the info right now. And for an offense that had to come out the gate in 3 straight rounds, Corelli, and win 3 straight offensive rounds, that is not an easy feat. Yes, the offense does have an advantage in some instances, both health-wise and some of their hits, the util they get access to, but, you know, defense can afford you space and real estate and luxuries that you otherwise wouldn't have to worry about. The offense really had to make plays happen, and that's just credit all the way around to the fact that the offense did. They made plays happen for 3 rounds when their backs are against the wall, and Mos Eisley had to prove that they were capable of tying this up, and they did, and that's a massive win for those players.
Yeah, and like I said, it was an uphill battle all the way into that last round, but in those rounds, didn't really feel like it was, you know, I don't want to say it wasn't hard because it was obviously hard, but it was just like it didn't feel like they were pressed to the limit in any of those rounds. They got the job done. They executed on their game plan, and watching them draw it up, great decisions between do we split here, do we push all together. I think they did a great job there. And Mos Eisley Cantina showing that they can be flexible, they can bend but not break. And for their sake, I hope that this next round doesn't go in the same direction, as it's tough to always have to play from behind.
Well, the big benefit for Mos Eisley is that they get another chance to really try things. On the other side, the benefit for Crimson and everybody else, Machina as well, is knowing that they get a reset. They're up 3-0. They get a reset. They're not out of it yet. But being up 3-0 and unable to close it out, does that say anything bad about the squad? Or is it just, I mean, to me, it's more of just Mos Eisley just kind of showed up in 3 straight rounds and did what they had to do. So I'm really curious how this will go.
And that just being strong on attack as well. I mean, they really just won out on attacking side for both teams. So, I mean, that's a big deal. Very, very strong on attack. Not so great defensively for both teams. I mean, for all the greatness you could say on the Tempo side for going 3-0, they also got 0-3 on the backside. So both teams got their licks in, and both teams struggled.
Tempo trying to set it. Mos Eisley trying to win it. We'll give you updates when we have them. And to remember that this is a quarterfinals matchup. Still a best of 1. This has just been tied twice. We tied 6-6. We tied 3-3. Yeah, I guess we re-roll it again. We're gonna play another first to 4 rounds. It'd be funny if it was like you tie in the overtime, then you have to play a one and done 1 round. That's it. That'd be a nightmare scenario. But yeah, then you have to play a one and done 1 round. That's it. That'd be a nightmare scenario. But yeah, this has been one of the more interesting matches we've seen in a while. I don't think you and I have seen a full overtime tie at all this season.
No, we haven't seen an overtime of an overtime either. So we're back in it, back to back. Mos Eisley Cantina ending first. As we did see last time, Spaceman, it was Tempo who 3-0'd right off the bat with their attacking side. I think Mos Eisley Cantina, just with the way things went last time, if they can just get 1 here, they got to feel pretty good.
Just got to start slow. Start slow. You've built up a lot of momentum. 3 straight rounds is no easy feat. If they can roll that into a defensive win, the comms on that team got to be through the roof. Show me the little wartime general strat. 3-2 split. Keep somebody in vault. There's one hop. There's one goal on this map where you can't run through a specific door because there's a dresser or like a cabinet blocking it. We call that the wartime general window.
No, we don't.
Or many people will call it the wartime general window in game chat before. WT window?
You're just lying to the public now.
I'm creating lore.
You're creating a propaganda machine, I think is what you're doing.
On our next update, put some more propaganda in the game. Nice, clear. Here goes the opening barbed wire. Entrance is clear, but they do have eyes at somebody currently in security. JNG dips out. Get some shots in. Tags up, I believe it was Roby, a little bit. Roby in. First blood. Second followed up by Hyperdrive. Tempo off to a hot start.
Yeah, great start for Tempo. Mos Eisley Cantina, can they put anything together? That's a great response from Hanabi. Gets one, gets out. Actually coming through the vents here. I think Mos Eisley smart here. Not having to press, make the offense press into you. 55 seconds left on the clock. Still plenty of time for the attackers here. They've got to put something together, but they're about to run into someone here. Hanabi's in that vent area. And completely whited out. Still, he might get 2. Sees 1, sees 2. Knows another's in there. Can't take him out. Time becoming a factor. JNG, can they get a shot here? No. Get some damage down. It's just Jack and Hyperdrive. Genji certainly playing the time here a little bit. Gets one, or at least gets some more damage. Stops the defuse. The peak from Hyperdrive. The aggression comes out, and you knew that was going to happen eventually. They had two players. They were going to take their chances. Genji just needed to buy 7 more seconds. They would have won the round, but attackers coming out on top. Wasn't perfect, but Tempo get the job done.
That's all that matters at the end of the day. Just get the job done. They stopped the bleeding of 3 straight rounds from Mos Eisley Cantina. They no longer have to worry specifically about staying in the race. They're still fighting tooth and nail through this overtime. It opened up with a couple of great picks. Good eyes inside vault. Hanabi almost got lucky for 2. You think maybe if that lands, this is more doable for Tempo.
Yeah,
I should say Mos Eisley Cantina, but Tempo just were too good.
Getting 2 there from Hanabi would have been massive. That would have been 3 kills coming out from Hanabi that round as well. But a tough weapon to be in that situation as well, with 2 players darting across. What is happening here?
Don't know.
That is called
No,
Robia
don't know.
Slave Master?
I don't know. Don't know. I can't read. Hit docs. Doing all that drawing. Go hit docs.
It might be again. You never know.
Saw somebody, a Jazzboat in chat. Shout out Jazzboat. Jazzboat said the tempo reverse bell curve is going to be studied for centuries.
That's right.
Yeah, that switch in the first overtime was quite interesting. Almost saw it again in our second OT, but first to 4. That's the rule. Tempo have 1 on the board. Can Mos Eisley on defensively and not go down 0-3.
I think, like I said, that's the crucial thing here is for Mos Eisley. If you can just get 1, I mean, you're in good shape because your attacking side has been so strong. For both teams, the attacking side's been so strong. So anyone who wins on defensively, I think, is going to win this series.
I love that. Patience.
I think Mos Eisley Cantina's pushed back a little bit further than this. Here comes the Toxic push, and they might find their first sight line here. Have to be careful. Certainly have to be careful not to fall in. We've seen that a couple times. One is a 4v4 now. Couple of flashes go in, and here comes the push from Tempo. Mos Eisley Cantina still holding up their players. Nobody getting caught out yet. Hyperdrive goes to work on 1. Hyperdrive on 2. And it's the scary part. Mos Eisley Cantina have to slow this down. They are able to trade 1 back. And now 2, Crimson. Huge response from him. Roby and Jack taken down. It's 2v2.
Advantage in the health department goes to Mos Eisley Cantina for now. Oh, was that a collat? Was that a collat? No, I don't think it was. I don't think it was. Maybe it just happened at the same time, but both go down for Tempo. Mos Eisley clutch up.
Had that one player, Cohen, just sitting on there, and Rainey takes him out. And for Mos Eisley Cantina, that was a wonderful display of patience on the defensive side. And for Tempo, now you got to be a little bit scared because this was a map where, you know, you've been comfortable winning this one, at least in the last round, but now your opposition, they get one, and they've been good on offense. You feel like if you're Tempo, you have to win this next one just to stay on pace.
Now might be the time for a wall charge. You know? The more I think about it,
I think you might get everything here.
We
You might
might
get a little
get
door
everything.
charge, wall charge.
there's like a molly on the door of backstage, followed up with the barbed wire. Keep the rotation from patio into reception at least slowed towards the south with that extra barbed wire. For an offense, you might have to clean cut into crates, force those gunfights, which if we're talking about who's feeling more confident in the straight up skill department, the mechanics, Hyperdrive's been kind of on a heater the last 2 rounds.
He's been good for 2 almost every time we've seen him. He's
Yeah.
been very strong. For tempo, see, do something similar here. It looks like it's a patio pushed into crates, which might actually pan out quite nicely. They might get a couple line of sights here on some players in other parts of the map, but for the push, this might work out quite nicely for tempo.
One player on the west side. Teammates begin to split. First molly in. Opening shots do land, though. It will be the defense finding first and second blood. Cohen and Roby will drop. Hanabi tries to peek an auto shotty outside. That is not an angle you want and gets caught. Tempo losing members quickly.
4v3 in favor of Mos Eisley Cantina. Now a 3v2 and Mos Eisley Cantina holding strong. Would be massive to take 2 defensive wins here. Gucker to return. Looks like the game plan's still going in for tempo despite being down players. Wall charge goes through. J&G can't win the fight. Gucker gets 2. Hyperdrive gets another. Can Hyperdrive clean this one up? He's all over them. It's a 2v1 and he gets 1 but can't get the other. And Mos Eisley Cantina barely walk away with that round.
29 HP is the difference between a tempo win and a Mos Eisley tie going into round 5 of this second overtime.
Wow.
Small wins like that are really the difference. Oh, man.
If Hyperdrive caught that player that ran behind that doorway before he flicked to the next player on the bomb site, that would have been a highlight. And he almost did. I wonder if we're going to get that replay, but my oh my. Hyperdrive did everything they possibly could to stay in this one. Just couldn't pull it out.
Felt like there was, again, small windows where maybe Mos Eisley would be able to kind of make something out of nothing. But credit in the end. Tempo able to double up. 2-1. We moved to round 4.
So we reset everything.
3-1.
Let's see if tempo can come out on top here on their attacking side. Looks like the attack will come through Hall. And honestly, on this map in particular, I feel like it's been so hard for every single team, even the best teams. I don't think I've seen a team cleanly break in from Hall through loans and then into the rest of the map. Like it's such a hard break to get cleanly.
Yeah.
You know, I see it a couple teams. We saw it last series. A couple teams will get into loans and they'll have all their numbers up, but it is so hard to get in with all of your players up. Offensively, there's just so many lines for defenses to sit on.
Here we go. Smokes are out. First blood in. It'll be Hyperdrive finding the first again. Hyperdrive's just been everywhere in the kill feed today. so clutch in this overtime. More shots ring out from accounting. Wall has not been able to keep the defense out for long. Cohen finds 2. A third. Tempo are falling quickly inside.
Machina, I mean, this is it. You get one, but you can't get the rest of them. It was a 1v5, and wow, what a start for Mos Eisley Cantina, getting a defender win here and tying up this game.
They get an offensive round win. They get a defensive round win. They're kind of splitting the hairs here. Tempo still hunting for their first offensive round win. But for a team that was up 3-0 in the beginning of the OT, tied up 3-3, then it seemed like Tempo were going to kind of go on a roll again. We're tied 2-2.
It's interesting, last overtime we saw offense being such a crucial part. Now, between the two teams, there's 4 wins, and only one of them is an offensive win. So defense holding strong this time around. This is the crucial round, though. You're all tied up, and next win puts the other on match point. Mos Eisley Cantina have to drop something defensively against the strong attacking Tempo squad.
No dumb deaths. No dumb deaths from either team. Can't give stuff away for free in this situation. Feels like for Mos Eisley, the attention right now is storage side. Likely wants either a snipe or an AR to sit in sorting, dyslexia, and then move into storage, or watch that angle and try to keep prospectively middle of the map locked away. Or you some opportunities to keep other players on the outside of office. Roby's going to be the player. I think in this spot, I mean, if you are Mos Eisley, you want hyperdrive in as many ratty angles as possible to find the most, not engagements, but the most opportunities to kind of swing in late to a hit or swing in late to a gunfight and clean up house. Like, you want hyperdrive to be the offense that gets to be thrown onto the field as like a secret weapon.
Well, he's sitting in office, which gives him a lot of sight lines. I mean, like you said, you want him to be in a position where he can make a difference, and office is certainly a good spot. Cohen on the mop. Can't find it. Gucker knows players are pushing into Toxic, and he might be able to catch one out here. He has to be careful, though. There. He's got a peek now. And he gets a couple. He might have sensed a third. Oof. Gucker melting them in Toxic. And Hanabi is going to pack it up. Enough is enough. Hanabi might know that a player might push out just to see. I wouldn't take it. I would not take the chance if I'm Hanabi. You got to keep that clacker. And hit away. So Tempo did not, when they walked into Toxic, they didn't clear the whole thing. And Gucker actually took a long time to actually peek. Gucker probably should have peeked a little bit earlier. But in the end, putting down damage on a couple, and for Mos Eisley Cantina,
and they've taken a pretty solid lead. One round away from closing it out. What can Tempo do? I will say, though, like looking back to that initial swing onto Roby with Machina with the snipe taking that challenge, that was a bit of an ego chow. That was both your teammates just went down. I know you're trying to make a play, but you can't run freely around the corner without pre-scoping or anything like that. Just kind of gave away a free kill there.
Yeah, crucial in these moments not to give that away, and certainly not to put yourself at a disadvantage at this point, or at this stage in the game. And this could be it. Tempo have to put something together. Otherwise, Mos Eisley Cantina going to take this one down. And Mos Eisley Cantina, they've been quite strong defensively here so far, at least in this second set.
This could be it. It's do or die for Tempo. As an offense, they have to make something happen. They need one round to go to a third overtime. No first bloods as of now. Rainey with the opening shots. Defense begins. Slowly collapsing on each other. A lot of pressure right now. On the southwest side of the map. Ball charge in. First players move. Shots through. They won't connect. Tempo will get lucky though. They'll find one. And a second. They're just taking the defuse. They're just taking the defuse. They're going for a ninja. They're going for a ninja to tie us up to go to a third OT. Come on. Come on. They're going for the ninja.
Oh my gosh,
Nobody
he
checks
stuck it.
They went for the ninja. They said, why play the game when we could just ninja defuse?
Oh, what can you say? No, they cleared out the one player that was sitting on bomb, and after that there was not much of a opposition for the attackers. So, man, and just when you thought it was going to go in favor of Mos Eisley Cantina defensively, they had been so strong the last two rounds, and that was a huge break for Tempo. We go again?
Yeah,
do we go again?
That is a legitimately an amazing call. I do have to give credit. Like, that is an amazing call of we're clearly kind of getting outstratted, so let's just go ninja defuse. Like, that's classic.
Well, they probably knew what the call out other players were and knew that he could get a lot of time, if not all the time. So it's just great communication as well. Once you cleaned out that player on bomb, I mean, there was no one else around. They got one player that wall banged the diffuser one time and then was taken out. So that was about the closest Mos Eisley Cantina got.
Yeah, I'm currently not sure what the situation is, where we'll be going with this OT, what it will do. So what I'm going to do now is try to either figure out in the back end if we're going to be going to a third OT. I believe we'll just keep replaying this into another OT. And here comes. We're just going. All right, we're doing our third OT. And yeah, so this is now for Tempo. They were down 3-2. They tied up 3-3. This was Tempo pulling a little bit of a Mos Eisley Cantina, but it seems like Mos Eisley Cantina just flat out got caught off guard in that last round. And for them, for how well they had played in that second OT, knowing how close they were, you got to know that stings a little bit. That's got to sting just a little bit, knowing that they just gave up a ninja diffuse. Yeah. And now they have to do a whole new 4 rounds. That's tough.
You got to go again. And again, for almost like a different reason of frustration, I think. This time for Mos Eisley Cantina, I just felt like they were so strong defensively in those last 2 maps. And then that third map there on I cannot believe they allowed the diffuse to go off without any more opposition there. So both these teams playing their hearts out for sure, giving us a lot of extra due process here. I mean, we still got 2 more semifinals to get through today. And this quarterfinals turned into like a quarterfinal and a semifinal at this point.
Yes, our semifinals are still best of 3, and it's still Arise is currently just waiting for their next matchup. Yeah. They've just been sitting. So for them, I'm sure they're going to be taking notes of what's going on here. But for Mos Eisley Cantina and Tempo, both these teams are fighting for a spot in the semifinals. And it was supposed to be a one and done. It's supposed to be a simple quarterfinals match, but they have pushed this to 3 overtimes. This is not only the longest match really in due process we've had this season, but this is the first time we've had an overtime, let alone a double and a triple. This is breaking new grounds here. So yeah, let's get it going.
I can't wait. Back in. We got to do it again. And yeah, you know, I'm at this point, I'm just curious how far they're going to go. You know, how many more overtimes could we possibly get? Ideally, for everyone's sake, this would be the last one. But for these guys, they've been battling their hearts out. So you got to tip the cap to them a little bit here. When it looks like one team's down and out, they seem to be able to bounce back.
Yeah, I don't think anybody like it's fun to look at and be kind of amazed at where we're at currently. But even if you could predict it an OT or a tie, I don't think anybody expected it to be this much of a contested affair. And it's not like one team's pulling away and the other's like clawing back. Like it's been very consistent between both, just kind of trends of really good offense from a Mos Eisley Cantina, then really solid defense. And then they only got one offensive round in that second OT. And we look at Tempo, who had to rely on their defense to get them through that. And then the one time they're on offense, the last round for them, they stick the ninja with just understanding that this is the time to pull it off. So this has been a pretty unpredictable final couple of overtimes for this quarterfinals matchup. Remember that either of these teams are going to punch their ticket to the semifinals to play a best of 3 against Arise. So you needed all the warm up in the world. This is the time to get it.
Yeah.
And I did not expect this today. I did not expect to see a 3 OT quarterfinals match today, Carl.
No. In fact, I didn't know we could go to 3 OTs. I knew the tie was possible. I didn't know we could do 3 OTs though. So something new for everyone here. So I'm excited to see how it all pans out. Hopefully we actually do get a conclusion in this next one, as we are finally jumping in to the third time between Mos Eisley Cantina and Tempo. How long will they keep this one going?
Who knows at this point? Surely we get a 4th OT.
So what do we got here? A little split here through docks, maybe, Spaceman?
Yeah,
That's
go
what
ahead.
I'm
Go ahead.
seeing.
Draw us up in docks, man.
I think that's what you're gonna get. Your favorite spot.
We haven't seen anybody
Cool.
hit server farm. That one red door back there, that lonely red door in server farm.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of options there.
Make your options, you know?
I guess that's true. Make your options.
Be a real player. Do what Wartime General would do and make those options known.
You do have the opportunity for lights. You can see some flares going down for Tempo as well. At this point, Spaceman, I'm not making any predictions. I'm just going to watch and see what happens. I'm not going to tell you how I feel about one team. I'm not going to tell you.
Crowley, seeing what
they're
you've
playing
seen on
really
the
good
field today,
defensively.
is it Mos Eisley playing better? Is it Tempo needed to do something different? Like, what are your predictions for this?
I mean, in my mind, it's just more like, I mean, this is just an insane moment for both teams going triple overtime.
Yeah.
You're running on pure adrenaline. You're running on just what you're comfortable with, and you're just reacting to what's in front of you at this point.
This might go down in history as the greatest match in DPL Season 1. It has been one for the ages. Hyperdrive on a million backs. Hanabi's going to find first blood.
That's a
Tempo.
great pick.
Try to stay calm as the offense moves in. Mos Eisley Cantina now make their move.
Ooh, aggression not paying off there. Hyperdrive and Jack taking down 2. PV4 in favor of Mos Eisley Cantina. Rainy. Oh, blinded. But not spotted. At least not yet. $40 left.
Health advantage right now to Mos Eisley. Rainy's the only one on tempo with 100 HP.
Ooh.
Bernie's
He did
really
get
the
him.
only one who can make a play.
Got to get this kill. Can't finish it off. Sir Front turns that one around. Still holding the sight lines, Crimson.
They got time.
He's won, but got flashed immediately. Sir Front takes down JNG. Crimson to return the favor. Hyperdrive to clear him out. And Mos Eisley Cantina.
Did they get it?
I think they did.
I don't think they did.
Oh, they got it. Oh my goodness.
Oh, man.
That was like a 1/10 of a second.
Oh, my God. You guys got to stop. You guys got to stop. What is this?
Wow.
All right. It's quite literally going down to the wire in this third OT. Good Lord. Every single time. Rainey. A couple opening shots. Was the best health on the team. Crimson did enough, long enough. But Mos Eisley with a literally 10th of a second. Just too good.
So, my goodness, Mos Eisley Cantina get on the board only barely. But they do get the job done first, which is huge. See if Tempo can put up a fight. I mean, that was patience from Tempo. They almost held out long enough. I mean, they barely didn't. So, good patience from them. I think the biggest flub there was just Rainey not finishing off. Was it Surf Front or whoever it was on that railing and getting traded out themselves? That would have been a big difference maker kill because they had positioning on that west side of the factory if he was able to stay alive. Patio push coming out from Mos Eisley. It looks like straight into lockers, and they want to take it straight to the bomb, too. They are, I don't know why they're exiting out the hall and the construction. They will not be going there. We get it. No reception, no construction. Patio lockers. Got it.
Don't mess it up. Footsteps. In we go. And fights ensue. Somebody's falling. That's Roby.
First pick. First pick over to Tempo. Patience here again from Tempo. They got their pick. You know they have numbers up. They don't need to push too hard. Hyperdriver gets one back on Crimson. Hanabi staying by the bomb. J&G trying to wallbang anyone that's walking by. The attackers are sitting in lockers, but they're a little afraid to push through.
Not gonna just gotta stay up.
Ooh, big win. Hyperdrive taken down as well. Jack to return the favor. 3v2 in favor of Tempo now. Rainey. Well, Jack's the last man alive. I don't know whose POV we're watching there, but for Tempo.
Like 1 HP. Poor Jack.
I mean, J&G, Hanabi also sitting so low here, but Tempo getting one back defensively. Big response from them. And a crucial win.
Another 1-1. Another tie in our tied overtime. Here's a look at the replay. It was Roby who kind of got caught in the first blood. Hyperdrive was able to respond for second. The defense strong. Very, very strong, in fact. Or the best map in the game.
C-Store it is. Ooh, and a little entry, huh? I kind of like that. Just run it straight down the middle.
You know, why not?
I wonder what's going through some of these players' heads. I mean, you know, you're sitting here in the quarterfinal. I mean, you still have so much more due process to play. You at least have another best of three that you have to play if you were to win this. And I mean, essentially, you're going to go straight into it as well, right? We'll go to a break if one of these teams win, but that's about all they're going to get, 5-6 minutes, and then they get right back into it to a best of three. So, not that they can't handle it, not that they don't play due process all day anyways, but it's a lot, especially in a stressful situation like this where, I mean, both these teams have been, 3-2 at some point and couldn't finish the job.
Oh, yeah. Well, again, the defense caught getting barbed wire down during the round as we're breaching.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want the barbed wire to be... They're doing that on purpose, right? They don't want that barbed wire to be broken
True,
by the
true.
wall charge.
True.
So they're trying to do it in the smoke. But I think teams are a little bit more wary of that.
Yeah, if there's not like a really hard way to counter getting shot at, it just seems like it's a really, really high risk for the reward basically just being an extra barbed wire to slow down the offense.
It is risky. We saw Flogel do that earlier in our earlier match, which seems like a millennium ago. But now the defuse coming out with basically all the players on the map still alive, and now Sir Front taking care of it. Machina coming around the corner with the auto shotgun, running into another. Hyperdrive taken down, as unfortunately there was a team kill on the side of Tempo. It's 3v2 in favor of Mos Eisley. Defuse at 50%. Shots going down, not enough. 75%, 85%, and nobody alive for Tempo. Mos Eisley Cantina up to 1.
Back-to-back offensive rounds. Round wins the difference maker as we move to Factory. We got Kill House coming up next. C-Store to round out what could be the last match here of this third OT. If Mos Eisley can put more on the board for Tempo, they'll be attacking this time. Looks like the call will be on the back of Generator. They're going to have to hit it carefully. There's a lot of space, though. A lot of space for this defense to set up.
Yeah, this was... When we saw this map last, Tempo was defending, obviously. This was... Generators are so important here, both of them. Getting control of those walkways around Generator. And I'm not sure. It looks like it's going to be a dock push, and they're going to skip the push in on the north side of Generators altogether. That's where we saw Mos Eisley Cantina come through, was the north side of Generator next to Toxic there to the right on that red door. But that's not the case. They're going to come straight in through dock and try and get a hold of the dock walkway. So a difference in strategy, I suppose, coming out from Tempo this time.
Trying to think if there's been like whether it's an equipment idea or gun meta mechanic. I feel like we've basically seen all the ways you can really approach not this, but maybe some of these hits offensively. I'm trying to think if there's any kind of change-ups or screwball throw into the mix that would really catch a defense off guard. I don't really think there is at this point. Teams have seen what they've seen for 6 weeks.
Oh, man.
We're going right into the smoke.
They've got 4 players deep in. And they had one lurking as well, clearing out the back of Generators. I think it's Machina trying to clear out back of Generators right now. Hanabi taking down Noel. And this has gone so well for Tempo. It's just Gucker left.
Never mind.
Wow.
That's GG's. Hanabi, Rainy, and Machina will stay alive, close out the round. Tempo will get their second one on the board to tie us up. Both offenses finding a lot of success. And now the question becomes, does the defense have enough to be able to pull these teams out of this overtime?
Oh, man. Are we going to another overtime, or what are we doing here? Oh, my goodness. Great push, though, from Tempo. I mean, that was perfect coming out from them. They got the wall charts, in docks, and then Crimson was in there so quickly onto this railing near Generators. And then they had one player lurking on that east side of the map by the other 2 Generators, where they were able to kind of clean up that lurking player on the defensive side. And that was crucial to allowing them to have numbers up so deeply in the first 30 seconds of that round. So good execution. Can they do it again? Can somebody win this game? That's the question. Or do we just keep going to overtimes?
I kind of hope we just keep going to overtimes.
I mean,
I'm gonna be honest with
we
you.
might get that. We might.
I'm gonna
get
be honest
that.
with you. I kind of hope this just keeps going. No, nobody
I'm
else
enjoying
wants that,
it.
but yeah, I kind of want
I'm
it.
enjoying it. I'm enjoying it.
Hey, Tetra, how you doing, dude?
It's
Is this
back
the
and
longest
forth.
OT you've seen, Tetra?
I saw someone in chat say it's tied. But the Archive
Interesting.
Season 6 Finals. Okay. Well, we
need a
might
due
get
process land.
4 OTs. We do.
I'm 100% serious. Like, this game on land would be absolute peak vibes. We'd be going rowdy right now in the ballroom. We'd be going absolutely crazy.
Hey, I'm just
Seeing
saying,
this
we
game
know
go the
we know a
distance.
guy.
Yeah, we do know a guy.
We know a guy.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Tempo's push here down through Hall. Okay, so this is interesting because we've seen this map in some previous games before. This Hall push has been something that we almost never see from teams. They always want to go through patio, or they come through lockers, whatever it may be. It feels
protecting
like
the ball.
Hall is such a kill box for offenses. I'm curious to see how this one's going to work.
Mos Eisley is triple stacking the site. They're like, nobody's ninja diffusing this one. But did they read it? I mean, if you just got to turn up field and start shooting through the walls. Anabi finds first blood.
They're going to move in. Flashes out, trying to clear it out. Everyone. They're going to move in. Flashes out, trying to clear it out. Everyone's back towards the bomb on the defensive side, and players were there. Trying to wallbang each other, and still only one down so far, but most sides of Cantina pretty beat up. Tempo, 4 players at half health as well. Rainy waiting for the door to be opened. Grenade out as Crimson. Numbers now Tempo. Hyperdrive, we've seen him pull off something special before. He's got... will come out. Tempo will put Mos Eisley Cantina on match point.
Surely, this is the edge they need. Surely, they'll be able to rally this into another round win and take on Arise. But the sadistic in me kind of wants this to go to another OT. So let's just keep it rolling, guys. Let's just keep it going. Mos Eisley, I need you to triple hit sight. Big win from Tempo, up 3-2. Third OT. 1 round away from closing it out. It looks like the offense yet again continuing to find success. Able to get the opening charge off cleanly. All blue in the kill feed. The shotgun does excellent work, as it always does. And a nice job team shotting their win.
So here we are once again. Match point for one of these teams. Can they close it out? Tempo. They are on attack. 3 overtimes for Mos Eisley Cantina and Tempo. It has been attackers sided so far in this particular set of maps. And it looks like a shed into arcade push with maybe a little sightline into storage as well. And we've seen a lot of teams stack near arcade, but I actually think they're going to be sitting closer towards bathroom here defensively. Bathroom, teller, going to be good spots. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Spaceman, with how long this game has gone on for, I mean, we've only tuned in for the overtimes at this point, but we've casted, basically a whole other game. This is just comes down to execution and winning your gunfights.
Yeah. To hit on that point real quick, when you're saying like how long this game's gone on for, it's also like worth mentioning that like these teams have now seen everything that each other has. So there is no, outside of like a scary ninja diffuse that we got briefly, there is no big curveball anymore. It's just the mechanics have to win you the game. Your team shots or your individual gunfights have to win you this overtime. There's no way you're going to surprise the other team anymore. Auto shot
Pushing
again.
in aggressively. Crimson. Ooh, just got out of there and try to get some shots down. 4v4. Now 3v3, excuse me. Defuse already coming out. Attackers, is it tempo to win this one? It's just Gucker and Roby, and they're fighting back. Crimson and Machina. Now it's just Roby. 1v2 to stay alive here for a semifinal berth. Roby has to be smart. He's got a lot of time to work with. He sees one, puts down a couple shots, but can't finish it off. Flashed up. Can't see anything. Defuse is coming out, holding the line. It's Crimson and Tempo finally putting this one to an end. Coming out on top, winning in 3 overtimes to move on to the semifinals.
Big flash, a lot of nerves, a lot of panic, but in the end, Tempo will take the win, and they'll move on to the semifinals to play Arise in a standard best-of-3. The winning here in 3 overtimes, 4-2. It was the break-in, the wins, and the individual gunfights that made the difference in the end. And Tempo will take the advantage finally over this long, drawn-out quarterfinals. Credit to Mos Eisley Cantina for putting up the fight in general, but Tempo just had enough. And Corelli, their reward after like a 2-hour overtime is they get a bit of a break, and then they have to go play.
I'm
So
sweating watching that one, so I can't imagine how those players feel. And what a great season for Mos Eisley Cantina as well, one of our favorite teams that we've got to cast over the weeks. They bow out here in the quarterfinals. So Tempo, moving on, as you mentioned, Spaceman, they will play Arise in that semifinal, who Arise has taken... It's taken so long to get to this match that they're going to have some players swap out, I think. So be interesting to see what we get there.
Yeah, I think this is now the opportunity where, given just the length of the series or the game plan ahead, you have a chance to maybe pull in some subs, change things up, see what you want to do. But Arise have been waiting for a while, so we're going to make sure all those players are ready to go. We're going to jump to a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to jump into our semifinals. It's Arise, it's Tempo. It's going to be an interesting one. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you after the break. Hey, what's up? Welcome back to the Due Process League. Welcome back, you freaks. It's Corelli, it's me, Space, and we got ourselves a match. Chaos versus TTH. I lied to you all before. I didn't. The other semifinals is going to be Arise versus Tempo. That'll be happening off stream because we were going to initially have both these semifinals matches for you our stream, but that quarterfinals that was supposed to be a one and done took 7 hours to get through our 3 OTs. So now we're going to jump to Chaos and TTH, and that'll be our one big semifinals match for the day. That's going to be our best of 3, and the other semifinals will be happening concurrently. So Corelli, welcome in Chaos TTH. We talked a lot about Arise and Impulse and all that stuff, but Chaos is like the second best team, if not one of the maybe the best, some would argue. Their individual plays is electric. TTH just got through today on a 7-1 victory against third team. What are your early thoughts about this series? Because we have very little to go off of between these two teams.
I mean, Chaos, you're right. It was the second best team as far as standings went. As we can take a look at the rosters here, we have seen Tim's Treasure Hunt, Jet, Chrome Tripper, Flogel, Index, Tim. On the other, Photon, Nomad, Tommy, Roach, and Ghetto. So this is the Chaos team that we've been talking about, alluding to as right up there with Arise. It's basically Arise, Chaos, and then everybody else. Everybody else includes Tim's Treasure Hunt. Tim's Treasure Hunt, though, we already talked about them quite a bit. Super aggressive, we saw near the end of their series against the third team. For Chaos, you're going to see a lot more tactical approach to the game, I think, than you've seen so far. I've also heard, Spaceman, that Photon and Jet are sitting next to each other while playing this series. So in the same house next to each other. So that's going to be an interest to watch, or I guess develop here between the two. Is obviously going to have to mask the comms a little bit between those two players to see how things go. But Chaos, very good team, went 21-3 throughout the regular season, points behind Arise, which is basically winning 2 maps. It was plus 89. That was the second best round win-loss. Of course, second to Arise, who were 114. So for these squads, or for Chaos, they have been extremely, extremely strong. Even when their comparison against Arise, they're still quite good. You can see on your screen there, Photon sitting quite well statistically. 1.89 KD is the second best on the team, only second to Tommy. And most of the players on this team were able to participate in a lot of these games, or most of the games. 17 for Photon, 20 for Roach, 20 for Ghetto, and then 15 for Tommy, who's on your screen right now at 2.13. So, again, very tactical team. You're going to see that come out from these guys. It's what they're known for, and it's why they're at the top of the standings.
There's so much to like about this Chaos roster. There is so much to be worried about as a defense, knowing that the offense on the other side, Photon, Tommy, Ghetto, Roach, Nomad. How many times specifically have we watched this team on a map like Kildome find success in like the radius spots, and not in like any cheeky ways, but just complete utilization and realization of this offense in a lot of those long lines of sites, a lot of those places where having a sub in a power position can really break a round open. Someone like Tommy who can work in Freezer inside C-Store, someone like Photon or Roach who can use an AR as a secondary entry in a map like a bank, who they can sit accounting side, watch over the manager. Like there's a lot of opportunities where Chaos just simply shoot their way out of situations. And I think that's best represented in the KD is like, again, we look to Arise. Arise had a 1.93. Chaos has always been keeping toe-to-toe with them. They have a 2.13 KD overall. Or Tommy, I should say. Like, Tommy as an entry is as good as Jet. Tommy as a route runner is as good as Jet. This is a team that, pure gun skill-wise, they can just shoot their way out of situations, which is both a positive and a negative. But what do you do if you're on the other side? If you're TTH and you're looking at this team saying, okay, Chaos outright, we have to expect these rounds to be lightning quick because the gunfights are going to happen maybe more quickly than we expected. For TTH, how do you think they need to slow the game down if it is a tempo issue, or how do you think they can approach Chaos differently than maybe they have before?
It could be, as far as tempo goes, it could be any tempo they want. They have to be unpredictable, though. I think that's the biggest thing. And they also have to be smart, not falling into the traps that I think Chaos are going to set. Again, Chaos is going to be very tactical here. So for TTH, it's more about being unpredictable, especially when they're on the attacking side, but that can also apply to the defensive side as well, making sure just to keep Chaos in check, because Chaos are going to try and get away with their typical antics of, baiting you into a bad fight, or baiting you into a 2v1, or just the misdirection that they can give in making defenses think too hard, where they might poke their head out and say, okay, well, I can find anyone. Let me just go out there and take a look. And there's the whole team of Chaos in front of you. So I think it's very, very important for TTH to be unpredictable and smart when they approach how Chaos are going to bring attacks towards them and how Chaos are going to defend against them.
See on the other side, Jet, the perfect 1-for-1 parallel, 1.05 as the rifler on KD. So a little bit less, obviously, than a 2-point some odd something for Tommy. But Jet is the impact player, it seems, on offense for TTH. Has been for a while. Chrome Trigger, the 1-2 punch that this team has really relied on to push offensive rounds into basically 3v2, 3v1 situations. And from there, this team just looks like they get on a roll, especially in Killbox. We've seen them find so much success. Tim will be moving in as a sub. And I'm curious if we'll see any changes from TTH in this series, should the first match not go their way, remember this is a traditional best of 3 for 2 process in our semifinals, so we will be seeing a full spread of games. But this is going to be a really interesting first set because it will tell us a lot about one, where TTH is at on the day after their 7-1 victory, and two, is there a need to jump into substitutes? Because we also don't know exactly yet what we're going to get from Chaos. We have all these talks about how good they are, how efficient they are, their gun skill, but there's also a chance they come out and they play flat-footed. So there's a real conversation here that we're going to have during the second set about what the rest of the series looks like. But for right now, you are kind of coming into this, if you're TTH, trying to set the stage for the best possible upset for game one to give you a little bit of wiggle room moving into game two.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it too, is that you have to, I think, come out and get a sucker punch in on this Chaos squad. And this is the team to do it. If I had to pick a team that could come out guns blazing, I think it would be TTH. So it will be coming down to how they can get those opening picks on that aggressive runs on their attack. They could be aggressive defensively too, but I think their defense is where it's going to be the big difference maker, right? I think we know that they can pull off great offensive maneuvers. We've seen Jet do that multiple times. How will they do it defensively? They are going to start off on the offense for Tim's Treasure Hunt, which I think is a huge benefit, because I think this is where they can pull out a lot more unpredictability, as we have a prove the gamblers wrong. What are the gamblers saying? 76% in favor of Chaos on the Twitch stream right now. That is what chat is predicting. So let's see if Tim's Treasure Hunt can do it as we start things on C-Store, Spaceman.
Love to see it start on C-Store, and love to begin our first semifinals of Season 1. Our playoffs are now underway. We just had our quarterfinals, one that was a 7-1 victory, TTH taking over third team, and then a 3-overtime affair between Mos Eisley Cantina and Tempo. Tempo eventually. Semifinals of Season 1. Our playoffs are now underway. We just had our quarterfinals, one that was a 7-1 victory, TTH taking over third team, and then a 3-overtime affair between Mos Eisley Cantina and Tempo. Tempo eventually take it. TTH moves on. They'll play Chaos currently.
Loss over 10 minus Arise, of course. Arise only dropped 1. So everyone else has 10 losses. I mean, there's a big difference between some of these teams. So let's see if Tim's Treasure Hunt can prove them wrong and get things started on the right foot here on C-Store.
If we go ahead and blow open the doors, front entrance, I'm thinking about a wall charge. Why not? Opening shots do ring out. Timber will be the first one on your screen. Checks inside the bathroom, but Index gets lucky. Takes down Ghetto. First blood goes the way of Tim's Treasure Hunt.
Good response there from Flogel. It's a 3v3. Local getting another one. Great pick from Flogel. Situation for Tim's Treasure Hunt. This is the start you wanted, but can you finish it out?
Tommy's got nowhere to go. Pinch from all sides, north, south. They get squeezed into the middle of the map here. Photon might get lucky on a timing. Tommy has a couple. Careful.
Oh.
Drive it. Photon swings back through arcade.
2v1.
Tommy last alive. Shotgun.
1v1.
Oh, Tommy. Oh, Tommy, don't even do it. Tommy, don't do it. Timber, the last alive. Timber on the chase. Tommy, he's out. Tommy's out. Can he wrap?
I think he's wrapping all the way around. You heard him. Oh, that's a good turn from Timber, and Tim's Treasure Hunt. Timber with 3 HP.
Oh, my God.
Is going to hold on, and Tim's Treasure Hunt on the board first.
I think Tommy landed that shotgun shot, but it didn't fully kill. That's just
wow.
3 HP in a dream for the final win in round 1. And Tim's Treasure Hunt will take the victory in the opening round. But that is maybe a small taste of what's to come in this entire stage. Let's take a look at the replay.
I mean, just barely couldn't pull that one off. And I like that play from Tommy running all the way around. Smart. And, I mean, this is a dream start here for Tim's Treasure Hunt. You start on offense, number 1. Number 2, you win your first game. Great C-Store hold, I should say, at the end. And now over to Killhouse. This is going to prove to be a little bit more difficult, I think, for Tim's treasure hunt. But then again, you look back to how they've approached this map. Jetford's just been a maniac on this map. He has just ran it down the opposition's throat multiple times. We'll see if he does it again.
I need a Tommy versus Jet 1v1 in the middle of the map. Also to note that Corelli hit on earlier in the pregame before this series kicked off was that we had 2 players currently playing in real person in the same room as one another, which officially makes this the first due process LAN.
That's true. There's a first for everything.
My head hurts.
My head hurt.
Yep. HURT.
What?
Okay. Maybe take some Advil for that or something?
Yeah, my head hurts. My hand hurts. I don't know. Yeah, get that off the screen.
Could be.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We need a real
If you're not
artist.
going to draw, then yeah.
Yeah, if you're not going to give us some art.
Tetra, if they do it again, kick them out of the game.
Kick them out of the game. Get them out of here. I think we encourage people to write at us because we always acknowledge it.
They should. It's the options. It's the only game I've seen. Well, I shouldn't say that. Due Process is one of the rare games that has a drawing feature in it that is actually great. So I would encourage more players to use it to stencil out some ideas about the round or the casters, should they feel so inclined.
What if they just write Spaceman, you suck?
Then I will personally shut down Due Process forever. I'll put $20 into the prize pool.
Thank you.
Dang. Sugar first. Gets Tommy. Tango down.
Tough for Tim's treasure hunt here. Jetford was the first one to go down. Chrome Trigger was able to trade it back. Now in a numbers down situation, and their push is slowing down a little bit here. Ooh, Nomad and Photon holding strong. Chrome Trigger trades one back, but it's a 1v3. And I think Chrome Trigger's just hoping that someone makes a mistake here.
Nice walk. It's Ghetto. Picks up a sub. Kicks in the kitchen. Great swing.
Ooh.
Takes down Roach. Oh, we're baby. We're going for it, baby. Full health. Chrome Trigger. On 33. Has to try to get Photon. Photon holding an angle. Photon peeking out.
Oh, I don't know
Photon.
about this. Oh! And I wonder, I guess he was holding that angle so that he could see Photon come around the corner, but you're just so exposed. And Photon had full health anyways, that any damage that he would have gotten down would have up in the end. Barely coming out on top is Chaos here on this defender's side, but Tim's treasure hunt, even in a moment where they went numbers down early, they were able to pull that one back to a 1v1.
I thought for a moment we might be getting a nice little repeat of round 1, but a lot of credit to Chrome Trigger on the entry. Didn't quite get the Jet versus Tommy matchup that I wanted, but that's okay.
Yeah, Jet got shut down early there, which I think kind of slowed down a little bit of that pace from Tim's treasure hunt. Over to Killdome. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a beach push, and it looks like it will be a little bit of a split through beach and pit. That has been a popular thing today. Or I should say popular strategy. And the split through pit, I like because Castle is just so important here. So you can see all the little blue lines around Castle. So many angles for you to look to see. You can get anyone into Castle on the attacking side. You win a lot of the map back. It's very tough to get in there, but it's a push worth doing, and we've seen a lot of a lot of teams go for that just because of the power position it presents.
I'm thinking 1 beach, 4 pit.
Well, they wrote 3-2, so I don't know what they'll
They
end
all
up
write
doing.
3-2. Everybody loves the 3-2 split. There it is again. Oh, Tommy. Oh, Tommy. About to get spicy. Into the beach we go. Offense starts to make their move. Chaos. Yet to respond. Jet's going to dip out of dodge, but pick one up
Oh, found one.
underneath and will get successful. It was
Oh,
Roach.
Timber.
And Timber takes out Jet. Okay.
What happened there? I wonder if he was trying to get the other guy. Oh, no, yeah, he did. Okay, I see what happened. Timber was trying to snipe and help out, and he accidentally shot Jet. That hurts. It would be 3v4, and now you're in a 2v4. Excuse me, 2v3 as Vogel picks up one. Nomad sitting at half health, but Ghetto in the back here with this mop.
Is Chrome Trigger at 1 HP?
Oh,
yep,
there he
probably.
goes.
All right, Flogo, what do you got? 1v3. Kind of in no man's land.
He's got a clacker on him as well. He will fight the engagement, not come out on top. Chaos take the first set in 2-1 fashion. And that one was tough. Obviously Tim's Treasure Hunt kind of shot themselves in their own. And that really took the wind out of their sails. I think if Jet was alive there, he would have taken Castle and just kept running down people, especially if he could get close to that mop and really take away that sight line. Maybe they had a chance, but the T-kill there really hurt them.
And it happened so early in the round that it really kind of dispelled any natural ebb and flow that they maybe were looking for.
Right.
Like it was right as they breached beach.
Yeah, it happened at the worst time, basically.
Don't shoot your
interesting
teammates.
here. This is the unpredictability that we want to see. And I mean, we've seen this from other teams too. This is not an unknown strat, but walking out from arcade, seeing if there's anyone in shed, trying to catch them off guard.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen that before. Chaos aren't really giving a huge indication of where they want to go. It looks like they want to. Chaos aren't really giving a huge indication of where they want to go. It looks like they want to walk in through office, but that is going to be a tall order with the way Tim's Treasure Hunt is going to be set up, especially if they walk out into shed.
They might wall charge entrance, then move to shed. Could try to bait the bait, if you will, that it clearly the defense wants to set up. Choke points look secure. The entry in really does seem it's just either entrance or office. It's going to be one of the two.
Oh, it's a 4-1. 4 an entrance, 1 at the top. See if the one at top can just get a pick in office or maybe catch the guy coming out shed. I don't know if they are going to even peek out shed, but
honestly,
with the way they're set up here defensively, I mean, entrance into storefront there is pretty wide open. If the plan really is to walk into arcade, I mean, that can work.
I love this idea of putting Tommy up top. Like, the gun he's using is so good at medium range, it could pick up anybody at shed if there's a peek. Tommy can play like a bit of a rat. Tommy can play as the entry man that he always is great at. And if he causes enough of a distraction at the top of the map and finds a picker or two, it completely frees up the offense down low. And Tommy does find first blood. It's a great call from Chaos. They're in.
They're in, but only as far as entrance so far. Now they're flooding storefront, excuse me. I think defenders are okay with giving all this up. I mean, they're not really progressing towards the bomb. They're just coming up and around. (4v3) in favor of Chaos.
Timber biding their time. Jet trying to respawn. Timber still up. And Timber have yet to make a move.
Oh, Photon gets another. And this is the patience that we've been talking about with Chaos, just slowly whittling down on their opponents. Timber and Index now. Next on the docket, flashbangs go out as Index trying to hold this bomb position. Timber still holding bathroom. Ghetto pre-firing around the corner will find one. Index will trade it out. And everyone flooding in. Index trying to take him down, but he can't take down that many. As Chaos knew they had numbers up and used it wisely.
Slowly starting to separate themselves. It was back-to-back defensive round wins. Finally, the attacking side gets their lick back. It's Chaos 3-1. They keep it moving. We've seen this before, where Chaos kind of get off to a sluggish start and then all of a sudden turn on. Down 3-1. Tim's Treasure Hunt, not out of it by any stretch. 2 sets of matches to go. But, question comes in. All right. Last 2 rounds haven't really worked. Individually, like you mentioned in the middle of that round, Corelli, you said there are moments where you can see, or specifically, where Chaos starts to settle in and they draw out those gunfights, and obviously you trust them to be walking away with it and finding success with how mechanically gifted Chaos are. Now you get into a situation where Tim's Treasure Hunt, where it's like, can you simply rely on the individual entries anymore, or does there need to be an overhaul to the game plan?
Yeah, this separation is quite scary for Tim's Treasure Hunt. You've got to win one back here. And I do think that they're going to be stronger, excuse me, on the offensive side for Tim's Treasure Hunt. So if they can win anything on the defensive side, that's huge. And we do have an artist here, Nomad, coming through finally. Somebody giving us some art. A little... I don't know what that is. A rabbit? A cat?
You think that's a rabbit?
It's a cat.
Actually, that could be a rabbit. You're probably right.
See? It could be a rabbit.
Yeah, you know what? Well, the
You're
nose
working
is
with
kind
me
of throwing
here.
me. Yeah.
No, there's no nose, so that's the problem.
Yeah, it's throwing me.
Or body.
You don't need
But
that.
it could be
Not
a
throwing me. Yeah,
No, there's no nose, so that's...
throwing me.
Or body.
You don't need
But
that.
it could be a rabbit. We've seen a rabbit like that. I've seen a rabbit that looks like that. Another 4-1 split here for Chaos. Through backstage and into club.
Who do you set on the long wrap? Not Tommy.
I mean, it was
Photon?
Tommy last time.
Well, but they sent Tommy up to arcade, and the entrance into arcade was a lot quicker than wrapping through reception to get into the play. I'm curious who they're going to send. Oh, they're not going to send Tommy. Okay. Interesting.
By the way, is Tommy's profile picture, is that just like a guy wearing like a banana suit or something?
Yeah.
Oh, good pick from Jet. Those are the type of cheeky you gotta get if you're a Tim's Treasure Hunt. Well done from Jet.
Yep. See if they get more. First flash in. Photon was the first blood. Ghetto. It's a flash ring out. Shotgun in hand, blast through the door. 3 peeks. Waits. Teammates get in position. Numbers start to scramble. Roach dips out of dodge. 1, Chrome Trigger finds the kill. Numbers still up. Tim's Treasure Hunt doing a great job staying alive and holding on to their positioning without losing members. Tommy said, I'm out.
Oh
Not for
my
long.
goodness. Another kill outside of the map for Tim's Treasure Hunt, but well done there from Tim's Treasure Hunt to hold on. That first pick from Jetford is exactly the type of stuff they need. Don't let it just blow open the door, let them in for free. Get a good sucker punch right at the beginning of the round. That's exactly what they did. They're on the board for the second time, and they're only down by 1 round through 5. I think that's a quality, first half coming out from Tim's Treasure Hunt.
That's not bad at all.
Round. That's exactly what they did. They're on the board for the second time, and they're only down by 1 round through 5. I think that's a quality, first half coming out from Tim's Treasure Hunt.
That's not bad at all. Could be a lot worse right now. Could be 4-1. Maybe. Also have Beach into back of jungle, which would be much more difficult to kind of swing, but it is doable. Let's send 3 to jungle. 2 to Beach.
I like the splits coming out from Chaos. It certainly is an interesting a way to approach a lot of these. I mean, so many times we see either the 3-2 split or just all 5 with maybe like a lurk or someone in the same doorway. So Chaos certainly keeping things unpredictable for Tim's Treasure Hunt, that they know that, hey, they're splitting basically every single time they're pushing. So we need to keep eyes on something else. And planting that doubt into the defenders is always smart. But we know on this map in particular, I mean, 99% of the time, if you're sending a split, they're coming through Beach. So you basically just say, okay, look, there's only 3 spots they can enter this map anyways, so if they're not in pit, they're coming through jungle and Beach.
Here we go into round number 6. The wind-up for Chaos starts at the very far end of the map. In the jungle.
Oh.
Can't line up the first shot. That's kind of a freebie you want back. Uh-oh. It's not looking good on the push.
All right, Flogel got 2 right off the rip. Need Photon to get a pick. You are in a severe numbers down situation here almost immediately.
Patiently. Flogel. Trying to wall bang anybody he might be able to get in jungle. Nomad does respond. Onto 1. Wow.
What a pick.
Shots. Holy.
And I mean, that one was chalked from the beginning for Chaos. Flogel with that huge double. Again, it's how they won in the previous map as well. For just getting 1 when they blew the door on Killhouse. These are the types of wins that Tim's Treasure Hunt have to convert on, and they're able to tie this game up.
Yeah, unfortunately for Chaos, losing 2 that quickly and not getting the opening snipe. I mean, if that snipe lands, it's a very different round. But just missing it by a hair is enough to shut the round down, tie us up 3-3. Tim's Treasure Hunt will not go away quietly.
Yeah, well done from Tim's Treasure Hunt. I mean, again, a lot of the chat's against them, but I think that they're better than people have given them credit for. And I know that when you look at the records, we've talked about it so much.
Hunt will not go away quietly.
Yeah, well done from Tim's Treasure Hunt. I mean, again, a lot of the chat's against them, but I think that they're better than people have given them credit for. Answer on the next round. But we're 6 rounds into this. You're 4 rounds away at a minimum of this one ending, so still a lot to prove for Tim's Treasure Hunt. And of course, they still have a whole nother series against Chaos.
Yep. All of this is a learning opportunity for Tim's Treasure Hunt to take this and roll it into a pick and set if they are lucky enough and capable of continuing to take the fight to Chaos and really kind of open up with a stunner in the semifinals. Chrome
Yeah, but
Trigger
I mean,
thinking about the very damn.
At this point, though, I
Damn.
mean, they're in this, right? Like, this is not
Yeah.
not like, oh, they got lucky or anything like that. This is like they've played well and they deserve to be sitting at this 3-3. Can they hold on and can they keep it going? Because there's a lot more games against Chaos, and you know Chaos is just going to get better and smarter as you push them further and further along.
I like that little note from Chrome Trigger on the east side of your screen, on the right side, I should say. That little circle. He's like, hey, just keep in mind that there might be a sniper sitting back here behind the tanker. So if you're going to peek that window, be careful. But now comes the question. This might be a better answer just by watching out. I'm curious if there will be any changes for Chaos offensively, knowing that the 3-2 splits they've been relying on for the first half of this set has slowly started getting picked up and read by Tim's Treasure Hunt. Do they go back to full default hits as a team?
Well, they've been giving up some really bad picks to the other side as well. So I think that's a little out of character for Chaos. And even in the times where they are down players, they really drag out those rounds. They make it tough as Index bodies Nomad. Not finding the head there, but some damage done nonetheless for Index on that mop. Chaos are moving in, and they've got some space to work with now.
Fall in the pit. Close for Index. Don't fall in the pit. Don't fall in the sludge. Oh, those shots are insane. Ghetto able to neutralize. Tommy will double up. All blue in the kill feed. Ember trying to respond into office. Surely going to get caught quickly. Will happen. 4 dead. Last alive Index. Sniper. Can't land the shot. That's 2 times now where the sniper's just been unable to close out the round. Nice job by Chaos.
Yeah, clean. Didn't drop a single player. I mean, they took a lot of damage, but that was clean coming out from Chaos. And Tim's Treasure Hunt had some opportunities there to thin out the opposition, but could not convert.
All right, they get one back. Still, though, it felt like, again, it's felt like this series has been much closer in terms of even just skill level, between Tim's Treasure Hunt and Chaos than earlier what the season would suggest. Credit to all the players who have continued to grind away this year and get better and better and better as this entire tournament has prolonged. Oof. I don't know how that doesn't hit, but gotta hit that one.
Yeah, that's tough. And like you said, I know we mentioned a few times, Index had their opportunity a couple times there. They were tough shots. But at least the first one was with the flurry of players flooding out. But Chaos looking to regain the advantage, at least the advantage that they had earlier on. It is a 1-game advantage for them as they creep closer and closer to this first map's win.
Still in it. Can't let the panic set in if you're Tim's Treasure Hunt. You've been going toe-to-toe with them late into the round, almost every single round of this first set. Still have another entire set to play through.
It looks like it will be a push-through entrance. And okay, this is interesting. So it's pretty rare that we see this, actually. And this is, again, I talked about unpredictability from Tim's Treasure Hunt, but it looks like they're going to actually use the door charge into security, or I should say from security into accounting after they walk in through entrance. Now that's, I would say, at worst, hopeful thinking that they're going to be able to do that cleanly, especially with, I'm looking at 2 players sitting in security and a couple players in accounting. But still, I do think that if they can pull this off, oftentimes kind of an interior door like that with a wall door charge like that, you can get a kill with it. I think that's what Chaos is hoping for as well. We'll see if they can get in here cleanly. That's the first crucial part of this.
Indeed they do. They are in very cleanly.
There's still one player sitting in security, and that's going to slow them down. They have to deal with him first. The callouts are in, so Tim's Treasure Hunt should be able to start to clamp down.
They're just in.
Oh, that's
there we
a great
go.
Spot.
Chrome. Careful.
Oh,
Almost
my.
out on him. Almost got him. That would have been bad.
He lived a little bit too long for comfort there, but Nomad took him down in the end. And it's unfortunate that Chrome Trigger was stuck in that animation throwing the grenade.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like a little bit of a plan B, or maybe they're coming back to it. They have to deal with this player in security, though. He's really spoiled what they want to do.
Yeah, break that door down. Nomad, going for the slow play. I like it. You can't bait us if there's nowhere to bait. Shot to the wall. Won't land up.
And so this is what they wanted. They got control of security now. I don't see the door charge on them. I don't know if they put it down yet or...
Is that Photon making a play up top? Is Photon the one on the top side of the minimap trying to make a play on a 1v1 outside manager?
There goes the door charge.
That could really break this open. Index and Flogel take 2. That was Photon. He goes down. So that entire route that looked like it was possible for Chaos goes nowhere. And Tim's Treasure Hunt just lean back on their heels defensively and just blow Chaos out of the water.
Yeah, it really feels like there wasn't a plan B for Chaos. It was, we're pushing through security with this door charge or bust. And they really didn't want to change up that. And that's surprising coming out from them. And they did have some tricky, things up their sleeve to make it work. But I'm surprised that Chaos forced that, because that player sitting in security was really refusing to leave and give up the space. And even, okay, you blew the door and then what, right? Like, there was just nothing else to do from that position with how many players they had. So for Chaos, surprising that they let that one go for as long as they did, and not, changing up the idea. But for Tim's Treasure Hunt, way to stick in there, way to not fall for, Chaos dragging out how long that round was going and not falling for any traps.
I was curious, as that round was developing, we had one player from Tim's Treasure Hunt sitting in security, everybody else for the offensive Chaos obviously working through the entrance, and I'm thinking, okay, there's not much security can do other than give info, because if you peek, you're basically dead. The defense didn't panic, though. The defense at Tim's Treasure Hunt just kind of stood still and sat in their spots, waited for the entire congested offense to move as a group, and then we saw, a Chrome Trigger kind of sitting in a dark spot, just taking advantage of the, not carefree, it's not the right word, but more of like the open, sans cautious push that Chaos kind of put on the table. And I think credit to the defense from my end of just not panicking when they recognized they had information, just being like, all right, we kind of know where we want to sit up for this round, so we'll let them come to us and we'll just win the gunfights.
Yep. So 4. And I mean, listen, if I was in chat and the way we voted, or not we, I didn't vote, but how way you guys voted in chat, this is closer than I would say, what was it, 78% in favor of Chaos. Now, you might still be right, but with the way Tim's Treasure Hunt, all right, who did this? Tim's Treasure Hunt now has 53% with 9.1K points on them, so something happened. But it was 78% in favor of Chaos at one point.
I mean, after these rounds, can you blame him? Can you blame him? Is Tim's Treasure Hunt about to find gold in the Chaos? Entrance is open. Here we go. Let's get a little bit weird. All quiet. There goes a stun. They're in. Where's the defense? Where are they? Oh, they're in freezer. Tommy finds first blood. They're in arcade.
Oh
Tommy
my
finds the second.
goodness.
They're not even close to the bomb. The offense has the entirety of the map to work with. This is a questionable defensive setup from Tim's Treasure Hunt. Can Index get him off the bomb?
For a moment, and he lost the fight. Oh, Nomad has like no health. Oh, that's a bad fight to lose for Index, especially since I think he got the initial damage down first. And Chaos coming out in the end with 3 up. That's a disappointing loss for Tim's Treasure Hunt.
I mean, the defense, to be fair, there's probably a reason why they're so pulled back, but they were all in arcade and freezer. There was absolutely nobody in Teller, nobody in storefront, nobody in the office, nobody in the entrance. That's so much space. I understand it worked on Bank, but that's so much space to give to Chaos 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, tough one, I think, for Tim's Treasure Hunt. They go back onto offense now, so it's Chaos's turn to defeat. We will see how Tim's Treasure Hunt wants to approach this one, and I like the call initially. I like the wall charge from Server Farm. I don't know if that's what they're going to do, but that's what they put on the screen for a second.
Why not? You know?
We've seen a lot of wall charge plays on Factory. They're a lot of fun. I don't know if that's what we're going to get here, but I'll say this. Chaos is certainly prepared for anything coming through Server Farm. Coming through Server Farm. Hi, Nomad. See? He's communicating with us.
What is he drawing?
He said, hi, casters. I don't know what he's drawing.
Yeah, I was curious what he was drawing after that. That's what scared me a little bit. Hi, Nomad.
Oh, that's a guy waving his hand, I think, with really small fingers. Drawn in Nomad's own image.
Yeah.
It's got small fingers.
You think God stays in heaven because he too figures what he's... By the way, he's
never going to write ever again now.
No, he's never coming back. This is almost match point for Chaos. Yeah, Nomad's never drawn again, unfortunately.
I mean, that guy does have really small
I love
fingers.
Nomad.
So.
Great guy. I love Nomad. Well, does he? Nomad, we need a hand cam on you right now.
I mean, Chaos said, you're coming here or not. I mean, they are all looking at Server Farm ready for it.
Yeah, who's the one schmuck they put down at docks?
Ooh. Timber dodging that first mop shot by Ghetto. Roach getting the first pick on Chrome Trigger. Not the start Tim Treasure Hunt wanted.
Jet can make a play. Through the smoke.
Oh, trying to get aggressive here. Push all the way in through Toxic, and he's able to make it up these stairs here. Hitting off the barbed wire. Here comes the flash.
Careful, that's your teammate.
Ooh.
Oh, no. That's not good. It's all falling apart. Tim's Treasure Hunt. They had an idea. They had an angle. They just don't have the kills. 55 seconds to work with. Not a lot of time. Not a lot of bodies left. Oh, no.
Oh, that missed. I think this is smart to actually just leave office.
Yep. Let them see
Now they
ghosts.
have no information. Oh, that's a tough shot to hit. Photon, good jump shot onto Timber, and Index, I think, knows that this one is chalked and is hoping for anything thing and is going to get a single thing. It is 6-4. Chaos starting to run away with it here and cleanly with all 5 up.
Yeah, just we start to get a little bit of an inkling of where Tim's Treasure Hunt are finding their success. It just takes a round or two to remind you that sometimes Chaos's gun skill and sometimes their opening picks can just be too much to handle. This is back to the beginning of the round. It looked like Timber might be able to line up one, but unfortunately, everything kind of went by the wayside. This offense was set up in a pretty solid position to make a play, but missed a couple of stuns. Couldn't quite land up some shots, and not being able to take care of Tommy, who then just relinquished all holdover offense to scare the likes of the offense.
That is a great jump peek from Photon as well. I mean, just flew across the screen. There was no way anyone with a saber was able to flick his head. Great little jump peek. Knew exactly where that man was aiming. And Chaos looking to end this first series on defense here, back to bank. Uh-oh.
Corelli? Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm a gun?
Ingmar or
Oh.
AP25. Ooh.
Ooh.
You get a direct impact on the semifinals. Hold on.
Oh, he circled Igmar.
I mean, which one,
Okay.
Corelli? You tell me.
I mean, I'm not very good with the Igmars. If you're asking if I would use an AP25, but
That's fair.
I think literally everyone in this lobby would be like, "You're stupid. Stick to casting, buddy."
But the AP25 is like
I would
really
agree.
good.
I know.
Everybody says it's the best gun.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think it's probably preference.
You know what, dude? How about this, Chaos? How about you 5-hit through red door up top of the map, and you go through the vents and you get into surfers?
There's a massive delay. They can't hear us.
Maybe they can feel it. You should 5-stack your defense inside the vents.
That'd actually be kind of funny.
AP25. Chrome trigger. Well, there's
Woof.
first blood. Ooh, buddy. Tim's Treasure Hunt. Trying to stave off this first set and tie it up.
You know, Jefford, he's running around with that shotgun. He's just going to run in there.
And go get him.
Go get him.
Show me greatness.
Meanwhile, the rest of the team pushing through security here, and it looks like Jefford's just going to run it down on the top side. Lots to think about here if you're the defense. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
And this is what we're talking about again with pacing, right? Like Chaos, they lost their first man pretty quickly. Now look how slow this game's become.
Yep.
They are waiting
Well,
for a mistake.
This is where Tim's Treasure Hunt found a lot of success in the beginning of this set, was slowing the game down. Wall charges in. Here we go. Screw security. We're going right through accounting. It's about to be pandemonium, all blue in the kill feed. Uh-oh. Break down the door. Going, nowhere to run. Flogel into the dark. The Babadook, he's inside.
Ooh.
And everybody's dead. Everybody's
Wow.
dead from Chaos. It's 6-5.
Wow.
We keep going.
3-piece from Index there.
Uh-oh.
And that was clinical coming out from Tim's Treasure Hunt. I mean, what can you say? Chaos, despite how slow and methodical that round felt defensively, when they lost their first player, Tim's Treasure Hunt just kind of put things together and waited for the perfect moment to push through and won all of their gunfights in a row.
It doesn't get easy. It doesn't get much easier than that when that's literally just all you need sometimes. Like, it just works. It was clean. Great wall charge. Great changing of the tempo as well. Like, once they got first blood, using the wall charge there to really speed up the entry was tip of the cap worthy to all of Tim's Treasure Hunt. Like they're taking the fight directly to Chaos. They're not allowing Chaos just to bully their way through the map.
Yeah, it's almost a difference between taking space from a team and then taking open space that nobody occupies, right? Like it's easy to go and take space that nobody has, but to go in and actually eliminate a player and then gain space is different.
Yep.
And that's what Jefford's been able to supply his team on a few occasions. That particular map, absolutely. So we'll see what the attackers have here. It is Tim's Treasure Hunt trying to hang on and ensure that they do not go down without a fight here. Chaos to defend. Can they close out this first map? It's actually going to be a push through Shed. That's what it looks like this time. A lot of concern over towards storage, but that's more than likely not where this fight's going to be. At least not initially.
Mm-hmm. It's a much bigger C-store as well than it was last time. Like, granted, they were kind of bunched freezer and arcade, but there's more room for the defense. Well, it's a big round. This could be a win for Chaos, or it could be a tie for Tim's Treasure Hunt. Which I believe we would play OT. Here we go. Inside. First blood Chrome Trigger. Gonna find it. Jedford.
Oh my god, he's behind everyone.
Oh my god, he's running. He's just running in. You gotta stop him. They do. 2-2. Auto shot in the hands of Timber.
Oh my goodness.
3-1. We might be looking at a tie.
Gonna need a miracle out of Tommy. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Oh, he might get a freebie. The fuse comes out. Oh, almost went back onto that one, but that is just it. Chaos got melted here. Defensively, the attack from Tim's Treasure Hunt too much, and a tie on our first map means we've got to go to overtime.
And we will keep it moving. We got all kinds of ties here today, but this one was just a bull rush through the middle of the map, and it felt like once you start to see the shotties get online, especially kind of late in a series, it's like, oh, okay, it's gonna be a very difficult task for even a team like Chaos to kind of slow this down, and that's what we got. Tied up 6-6. I think that's fair the way that TTH has been playing this. Like, credit where credit is due, man. The way you said that earlier, Curly, of like they're taking space that's just there on the map and they're really well. Like, look back to their round on Bank where they have so much space they can take. They can either funnel through security or they can wall charge, jump into a count and catch them off, and then take advantage of all that opportunity. So just really, really good timing and wherewithal by TTH to recognize when they have a chance to kind of pounce on Chaos and when not to. And so far, it's been working. They're 6-6. One of the best performances we've seen a lot of teams have against this Chaos roster, so it's been looking good for them.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's a tie. I mean, it's going to end up being a win or a loss here for one of these teams, so we'll have to figure that out. But staying on pace with Chaos is great from TTH, and so hopefully they can keep it up, like you said. And again, overtime's going to be, I mean, you guys have already seen the overtime. It's going to be a few less maps, first to 4, so pressure's on for both sides, really. I mean, I would say, you know, initially I would have said that, yeah, there's more pressure on TTH to really perform, but now I feel like Chaos, they don't have the same mojo that I expected them to have in this series. So they kind of stepped out ahead a couple times, but we're always reeled back in by TTH.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really interesting overtime because, again, this is the first time we're going to see an overtime in the playoff format and just basically being a traditional overtime for due process. We didn't get too many of those during our ties really at all in the opening 5 weeks. We just gave 1 point per tie. This time, however, we do need to decide a winner for Chaos. And TTH, looking into this OT, I honestly don't even have an inkling of which way it would go. I don't have a Chaos is on a roll. Their gunnies have been hot versus TTH. Like their resolve, their ability to kind of slow the game down or speed it up on Chaos in terms of how they've been playing space has been really excellent. TTH look like they could pull an upset here.
Yeah, it just kind of reminds me of what we were looking at with Tempo, Mos Eisley Cantina, where both of those teams, I couldn't really tell who was going to come out on top of that one. It was back and forth, 3-2, 2-3, 3-1, then back to 3-3. It was all over the place, 3 overtimes for those guys, and they still barely came out with a decider here. So we might be in for that as well in this first semifinal.
This is going to be an interesting one for sure. We'll make sure we get all the players ready to go into our OT. It should be just another first to 4 rounds, which just means we're going to kind of keep playing the same essential game you've been watching for the last 5-6 weeks of Due Process, where it could be momentum based, it could be outright gun skill that makes the difference. So far, though, for TTH, it has been a bit of both. Chaos have really leaned on their gun skill multiple times, but in terms of just how this is approached, in terms of how this has looked in this grand finals, Corelli, I have to say I'm more impressed with TTH's composure and ability to mix up their game plan, and like the structure of their offense and defense has been much more interesting than really what Chaos has brought to the table so far. It does feel like Chaos are relying heavily on Tommy's entry kills or a really aggressive hyper push offensively. Other than that, I've been sometimes questioning if Chaos are going to be able to keep up with some of the pacing decisions that TTH put on the board.
Well, like we said before, I think for TTH to win this, they needed to be unpredictable, and they were unpredictable in many, many of those rounds. And I think that's what led to a comeback had where they were down a couple rounds and they were able to earn a couple back. It's what led to this tie as well. And they were able to do it on both sides, right? Both sides of defense and both sides of offense. So I think that TTH, it's enough to get them to a tie. They're going to have to clutch up at some point here to close out the series if they want to, or if they can. On the other side of things, like Chaos, the only round that I felt was really off for them. I mean, yes, they fell for a lot of the traps that for them. You know, Jetford punching out on Killhouse when they blew the door, a couple of snipes when they blew the door open. Just getting the sucker punch in on Chaos. They fell for that multiple times. The only round, though, where I felt like I raised my eyebrow was that one on Bank where they still forced the door charge into security with numbers down. That was the idea the whole time. And they didn't, even when they had opportunities to really think about it, because Tim's Treasure Hunt weren't playing aggressive there, they still decided to go for it. And I'm not saying it was a bad call or that they played it poorly, but more so that, like, in hindsight, trying to force that play clearly didn't work out, and that there wasn't really a contingency plan for that play. So,
yeah,
something to think about for Chaos, because I would expect a little bit more from them with their reputation and being able to kind of adjust when things go wrong.
Yeah, for a team that is this competent at the game, that has been running the 1 and 2 comparison between them and Arise all season, that specific play felt like a bit of an indication of a rather shallow approach to the offense today that has, I think, kind of pulled them back. It did feel like that felt like more like a week 1, like, hey, we got no other plan here, we're just gonna kind of rush it, versus this late in the season defaulting to just simply our first plan doesn't work, so we're gonna run in at full speed. That felt like very uncharacteristic for Chaos, of just simply, this isn't as, doesn't have to be the greatest play of all time, but this isn't as deep of a strategy offensively as what we would normally expect from this team, or a team like Arise, where it does feel like it's a lot less shallow. So definitely interesting for Chaos. It feels like a couple times today, a little bit different than the Chaos we're used to seeing. Maybe it's just nature of the draw, the way they're playing the game. TTH, a lot of credit, though, to them and how they've been approaching this between different pacings, different cadences, focusing on Tommy when they did the 3-2 split and not getting baited over and over again by Tommy kind of taking the outlier engagement, then focusing on collapsing the map from the middle. There was a lot of different ways and looks that TTH have been able to adapt to today. I think that's credit to, 1, all the players, but 2, they're playing a really, really good team. No matter how individually skilled Chaos are, they're still a team at the end of the day. And TTH are doing a hell of a job, really just taking the challenge head on and making great decisions. So I'm very curious to know what they have in store moving into our OT, and I believe that we will almost get our lobby ready to go. Quick predictions, Corelli, before I send things on our way. Quick predictions, Chaos, TTH for this first set. Is there a momentum on one side? Who do you think is going to take the OT?
I'm still putting my money on Chaos. I think that they'll hunker down here in this overtime and start to take care of business. I think they've like I said before, run into a few of the tricks coming out from TTH, which is what we asked of them. But now when, backs are against the wall and it's time to really get down into it, I do think that Chaos are going to come out on top here. But I do think that TTH will get a couple maps, or a couple rounds, rather.
This could be a 4-3 game. Or 4-2 game. It could be very, 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 very close. If you're enjoying the action, remember there's a QR 4-3 game or 4-2 game. It could be very, 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 very close. If you're enjoying the action, remember there's a QR code that sometimes will bounce around on the screen, and by bounce around I mean it'll be a lower third that you can scan. It'll take you to a page that you can read and learn all about Due Process. Also, you can go to Due Process on Steam and download the game. It's like $3. It's like 100% off. Go get it. Play it, enjoy it, have fun. It's one of the best tac shooters and more like arcade vibey tac shooters on the market. Carly and I have had a blast. You might run into somebody called Wartime General. If you do, tell him that his statue is coming in the game. Tetra's actually working on that right now. And yeah, it's a great time. There's a QR code that we'll push around in chat, but there's also a link in chat we'll push around to. One, you can download the game, find out more information about Due Process, and two, a Google account that you can go and type in your MVP of the postseason so far. Who do you think's been playing the best? Who are you most surprised by? Who do you think's been the best player so far in postseason? We've had that you can go and type in your MVP of the postseason so far. Who do you think's been playing the best? Who are you most surprised by? Who do you think's been the best player so far in postseason? We've had a quarterfinals match, a overtime.
It sounds like that we are waiting for players to still get into the lobby. So we are going to go to a 5-minute break. We're going to get everyone loaded up, and we'll be back in just a flash.
Welcome back, Due Process gamers. That is Corelli. I'm Spaceman. We're ready for our overtime here between Chaos and TTH. The players are loaded in. We've just concluded a back and forth affair. It was literally 1-0 TTH, then 3-1 Chaos, then 3-3 Tim's Treasure Hunt, then 4-3, and so on and so on and so on. We kept going back and forth, and Tim's Treasure Hunt steal away around in the end. Will tie us up 6-6, and that means we go to OT, first to 4 rounds. We'll see what we got.
I told you it'd be the quickest 5 minutes because it was only 2.5.
Dude, you're so right.
I don't lie.
You
That's
don't.
the quickest 5 minutes you'll ever have.
You don't. That's the weird thing about you, is you're always right.
I wish that was true.
Don't let Terra get you down, dude.
Tim's Treasure Hunt on the attack first. Let's see what they do. It looks like it's a dock push. Boy, do we love that.
Go ahead and send it the docks.
That's what they're going to do. They're sending it docks.
Show me the little wartime special.
That's not a thing.
It is if you would play the game. Real due process players know that Wartime General is the little
Oh my
bounce
God.
hop that you have on dockside.
We'll see if it works.
I go, oh, I got war timed, and that's when I miss my hop.
Okay. I'm not sure he'll want that.
It's not up to him anymore. How about a wall charge? Why not?
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen here. And the only thing about docks is that you're so exposed when you push in. So
Man, that's a very confident clack.
yeah, got that clack in, and now it's about trying to find the picks. Oh, in and now find the picks. Oh,
Where are you going, buddy?
Tommy was lurking.
Oh,
Tommy's going
Oh,
to
no.
work. He's taken down and traded back immediately. It's 3v3.
oh,
Oh,
Nomad.
my.
Too busy drawing. Chrome Trigger got him. And we wait to see where the round spells out. It'll be 2v3. Shotgun to the face doesn't hit. Photon versus Roach. Wait, same team. Timber, Index, Chrome Trigger versus Photon and Roach. Nate? Office. Still there. Chrome Trigger. Ooh, he's going crazy. He gets Roach. Photon last
Ooh.
alive.
Got one. He's got that Igmar. Now Tim will take down Photon. Tim's Treasure Hunt on the board first.
Oh, Timmy. Tim's doing it. Remember, it's only the first set. Whatever happens. Now I have a question. I'm curious.
No questions, thank you. What's your question?
If Tim's Treasure Hunt take this first set, do we see Chaos start to break apart? Is that enough fear struck into the hearts of Chaos?
No, because it's going to be a long series if Tim's Treasure Hunt, but no, I don't. They're not that easily rattled, right?
I don't think so, but I've never seen them in this spot before.
It's only one map so far in the overtime. Only one map so far in the overtime.
Very, very condensed bank. It's going to be a tight squeeze.
Little 4-1 split again here. This time it's Tim's Treasure Hunt who's going to be pulling it out. Hallway push is tough. This is a more ideal push than others, but just because you're coming in from the top side of the hall, but still, it's a lot of ground to cover. Let's see how good Chaos can put up the defense here.
We'll wait. Welcome back. We'll make sure that all the players are ready to go and get set in. But remember, Tim's Treasure Hunt, Tim's Treasure Hunt, take first round 1-0 in the OT. Chaos looked like they were going to play spoiler for a second, but TTH had a little bit too much to handle. With that, this is a set that has gone back and forth for the last hour. Both these teams have been trading blows back and forth offensively, defensively. There really hasn't been too much of a split between the two. Is this the first time Tim's Treasure Hunt can start to break apart from the competition and put Chaos on the back foot? The first set of potentially 3 of us to play, but Corelli, it feels to be a hell of a momentum swing for TTH if they are able to close it out and get that confidence of we can beat this team.
Right. I think they do have that confidence. I think, again, people will look at records and that's why you saw what we saw in like the chat vote and stuff early on, and why the expectation is that Chaos is going to win. And that's a totally fair, analysis. But I think so far what we've seen is a lot of that analysis can kind of be thrown out the window if you did think that it was so heavily in favor of, oh my God, I just spaced everything. Chaos, excuse me, of Chaos, then that's clearly not going to be the case, because obviously we're sitting in overtime. So I think for TTH, this has been a really good showing from them. I think they've proved some people wrong. I think that they came in to prove some people wrong. They haven't closed things out quite yet, but so far so good when it comes to at least the first map, or the first round in the first overtime.
Yeah, this will be a really big test for Tim's Treasure Hunt in this one. We know Chaos, what they bring to the table, how good they are individually, and how you can kind of roll that out into a team package. For Tim's Treasure Hunt, this is the players are proving a lot in this matchup, but this is a long marathon for them in the semifinals. It's a best of 3, so still a lot of ways to go, but it's a sigh of relief if they are able to get themselves on the board first against a team like Chaos. It'd be the same thing if they were playing a team like Arise. If they get themselves on the board first and are able to kind of prove that they can go toe-to-toe with one of the league's best, I mean, that confidence can only spell for good things moving forward. On the other side, for Chaos, taking each round at a time, they're into OT, currently down 1-0, still a lot to be played through. So far, it doesn't feel like we've seen too much from their offense in terms of different looks. Like, they're not as deep as an Arise. They're not as maybe methodical as we've used to usually see Chaos play, but they're still as lethal as ever. So you can never ever count them out. And it just feels like we're waiting for Chaos to kind of get on a roll of their own before they start to figure out series.
Yes, but I don't want to take any away from TTH with the way they've been playing. I think, maybe there's another gear that Chaos too, but at the same time,
you can put them in the Twitch chat. You can use your hashtags and your channel points to predict who you think's going to win this overtime, let alone the series overall. If you're just joining us, you can predict who you think's going to win the OT. We will count it. We won't say that you joined late, because this one's been going on for a while. But is it Tim's Treasure Hunt or Chaos? Whatever predictions you have, whether to predict who you think's going to win this overtime, let alone the series overall. If you're just joining us, you can predict who you think's going to win the OT. We will count it. We won't say that you joined late, because this one's been weeks ago. You missed it, but it's $10.
It's $10 now.
Everybody has $10. If you don't, okay. Think you know what it takes? dpleague.net. Right there. Scan the QR code, learn more information about what Due Process has to offer you. If you want to get involved in this ecosystem, we also have a Discord. If you don't, okay. Think you know what it takes? dpleague.net.
Well, if we're lucky. Yeah, it's been fun. I mean, being a part of this first season, I know there's been previous, more unofficial or official, whatever you want to call them, previous seasons that have happened before this, but this DPL Season 1 has been a lot of fun to be a part of. And, of course, we still have tomorrow, Championship Sunday, and the show match to show, but we still have today's semifinal as well. But it's been really fun, Spaceman, so far to see this game and to see the community and to learn about it and to then cast it. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been a blast to work on a game that's unique in its draw and aesthetic, but has so many cool little tools like the drawing feature, like the many ways in which equipment can be used or saved or lost in this game. Like there's a lot of fun to be found within Due Process. The players are great, and there's also just a random phantom that haunts the lobbies named Wartime General. And if you ever see him, just let him know that you
Why do we
don't
do this to this
you
guy?
don't want to play in the lobby. You don't want to do it. I'm being told that Arise, we're giving some nice credit over to Tempo. Arise Sachi said Tempo also played us probably the best they have played all season in Game 1. Scoreline go up, but they were doing really well. In general, the scoreline for Game 2 was 7-1 Arise. So it seems like Arise is still kind of handling their business against Tempo. But credit to this late in the season, Tempo showing up and putting on a really great performance against the best team in the game. And that's where we've kind of sat today, which is like every team that's made it to the playoffs, 1, deserves to be here, 2, has earned the spot, but 3, has been playing some of their most consistent Due Process game play of the whole season. And I think that's a sign for how this league's grown over the last 3 months.
Yep. Yeah, no. I think it's been good, and the Due Process League has been a huge catalyst for that as well. So we appreciate everyone who's been hanging out with us as we wait for players to get back into the lobby and hopefully get this overtime, the show on the road here, as we would still have at least another series with these guys. So it's a long day of Due Process, but I'm sure we like it that way.
Yeah, I would love give me to a 4th OT for this one. That'd be great.
No. Well, we're only at 1 so far, so
yeah. Well, this is actually today. Yeah, this is our 4th OT today. So
this is our 4th OT. Yeah, first one in this series though.
Yeah, first one in this series. It just keeps going. Remember, get those predictions in. Use your chill. Welcome back, gamers. It is your boy Corelli and Spaceman, joined by the best of the best in the Due Process League. It's absolute chaos right now in the Discord. It's so funny watching these players interact with each other. But we do have to say, we're almost ready to get back into our overtime. Chaos versus TTH again. And remember, Tim's treasure hunt will go up 1-0 in the overtime, and they will have that lead moving into our continuation of said overtime. So they'll have the advantage. We'll see if they can close it out. This is still the first set of the potential 3 we have on our docket for the semifinals. Corelli, we've talked a lot ad nauseum almost about TTH and Chaos specifically. Are you looking at any players to make a big impact play? Like we reduced this down to just simply be the MVP of the overtime. I feel like Tommy, who had a big presence early on in the offensive Chaos, has been quieted thanks to TTH's defense. Does a player like Tommy for Chaos need to break things open for them? What do you see on the other side for Chaos to find success?
It can be, yeah. I mean, he's a good choice, especially since he's often the player on the lower end of the split, right? The lesser players. If it's a 4-1 split, he's usually the one. If it's a 3-2 split, he's usually on the 2 side. He's usually lurking. So I feel like for him, he can be a huge breakout player for them. I don't think it's just like a one player type thing of like, okay, I need this player to go do this.
Whose fault
right?
is it?
But no, because it's not really anyone's fault. I think it's more just about like Chaos need to come in with their game plan that they have throughout the entire season and execute it on the same way that they've been. And I think that they haven't been able to do that because of TTH's unpredictability with the way that they've been able to get sucker punches in here and there. But ultimately, one map in one overtime so far. And TTH is in the lead, but Chaos certainly will have their chance to get back into this.
You know who would never go to an overtime? Rubenstein. They wouldn't go there. You know why? Because they're led by the wartime general.
You love this guy.
I don't know what's going on. Welcome back. Our dev of the hour. It's Tetra, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get him in. How are we doing? Tetra, what do you got for us? Let's go, baby. We got rosters. Let's get him in. All right. Chaos taking a page out of their own playbook. It's Photon, Nomad, Tommy, Roach, Ghetto versus Tim's Treasure on Jetford, Chrome Trigger, Flogel, Index, and Tim.
There they are. Same team that we've been looking at for the last 2 hours.
Dude, break it down for me, man. What are you seeing?
Man, what do you want me to break down? All right, I just hope they queue up. Get me into the game right now. I need to get in.
Dude, go docs. What are we doing, man? Somebody go docs. Stop being weird. Come on.
Everything's broken down here. Hey, we've gotten a few doc pushes. All right, you've gotten more doc pushes today in a while. So
that's true.
I think that's good. Time so much. Everyone thinks that you paid. You're getting. Can you address these allegations for us?
I look. So here's how my due process experience went. I looked twice, and then when I figured, and we were playing Killbox, and boy, I live up to the name. He didn't let me run around very much anywhere. So yeah,
I do remember he 2v1'd us when it was like our second game we had ever played.
Yeah, and we let him know. We're like, dude, it's our second game. Get over yourself.
Yeah, we're like, get real.
And yeah, it went well from there. So it was good. But make sure you play the game, join the game, download the game, enjoy one of the best community games all the way around, and you can potentially get yourself a chance to compete in tournaments like this. Even if there's a DPL Season 2, you'll be able to play and earn some money. If not, compete against really great players: Arise, Chaos, Tim's Treasure Hunt, Third Team, Tempo, Mos Eisley Cantina, Cave Dummies, also known as Third Team, Frogs, Goopenstein.
Okay.
Goopenstein would not be going to OT today. Just saying.
Goopenstein didn't make it here, so you can't do that.
Well, they wouldn't even be going to OT if they did. So they should have been here. Goopenstein. We should have messed around with the standings a little bit and gotten Goopenstein into the playoffs.
Actually, Goopenstein missed it by basically like 1 map win.
Yeah, that's wild.
So I didn't even
realize
they beat
that. Tempo 17-1. Just gonna be honest. If Tempo can make the playoffs, Goopenstein could have made the playoffs too. That's all.
I mean, yeah, the Guppenstein had 28 points. There were 4 other teams above them that had 30 points, which is just one map win. So Q Process, Frogs, Tim's Treasure Hunt, Tempo all had 30 points. Mos Eisley Canteen had 31 points. So, yeah, Guppenstein had their chance. That's all I'm going to say. Guppenstein had them chance.
I believe we might have some tension brewing between players as we wait to find out what is going on. Oh, it's getting wild here at Due Process League, baby. Come on, we got some overtime banter going between the teams.
What
I don't
happens
even know
when we delay the overtime? You have to give the people what they want.
Who's on land right now? Who are the 2 guys currently sitting on land? Can we have them duke it out?
It's Jet and Photon.
Oh, it's Jet. Yeah, it's Jet and Photon. Can we have them do like a? Can we have them in kill box? Oh, this is getting awesome. We're making sure the players are all good to go. If you're just joining us, good luck. If you're not, see you later. It's been a very interesting. It's been a very interesting couple of moments. Corelli, man, it's been a fun day of games. We were supposed to have a quarterfinals and then 2 semis. We had a quarterfinals and then we jumped in with the end of another quarterfinals. And it was the first time you and I have seen multiple overtimes in a game, let alone in a day. And it's led us to this situation where we still have our semifinals. We're still working through our overtimes, but the season waited till the very end to pull out all the stops for this overtime. And I think that's kind of awesome. It's kind of become all chaos after, no pun intended, the last couple of weeks of pretty steady gameplay. So this has been a fun few moments of great Due Process today versus, the wild drawings and gifs we're seeing and all kinds of stuff. It's just, how you doing, man?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good. I'm ready to get into the overtime. So that's what we're waiting for here. As there's a lot of talking going on in the Discord as well. I'm going to go ahead and just minimize that so I stop reading that. But I was distracted. I gotta focus. Man. I gotta focus on the here and now. Not whatever's happening in the Discord. But I mean, listen. We've had more overtimes than we've had semifinals today. So
I can hear the life being mixed around inside Tetra's brain right now. It's a unique experience. God, this game's awesome. This community is wild. This community is so wild. I love this spot. Great changing of the what? That's a great question. Vote. As we currently sit, mildly terrified said, "Can we get a new prediction? I need the gamblers. We gotta need degenerate gamblers in the chat. Go ahead, use those channel points and bet the house on it. Let's get new predictions up. Who we think is gonna win the OT? Last time I asked you that, it was last year. Who do you think is gonna win it? Think what you have, what it takes. QR code, download dueprocess.net. Find out more information about the Due Process League and how you could eventually download this game and play. It's very cheap, $10. Go buy it, and it's great. Support a great little ecosystem, great community, funny community." Yeah,
very funny, very fun, and opportunity to play in these types of tournaments as well. So you never know. It's not too late to join.
Oh,
that's the other thing. So what happened?
They're in.
Are we hearing that we have an overtime?
Oh, baby. Oh, we might be in. Come on, we're in. We're in, baby.
Come on, back into the game.
We are back into our first set. Let's go, baby. It's time for TTIH versus Chaos, baby. Come on. We got so much more to go. Oh, baby. Let's get it going. We're in. We got Jetford with the good cues all around. We are in. We are ready to go. We're going to kill box. Let's get freaking wild, man.
We are so back.
We've never left.
And we are so ready. Let's see what happens here. Tim's Treasure Hunt. Remember, I do think they have a 1 advantage here since they did win. I don't think it'll show up on the scoreboard, but
indeed they do.
They will be on attack. Looks like
we'll see what they can draw up.
A little construction push coming out of Tim's Treasure Hunt. tough push here. That little cube in between construction and office can get a little dicey with the way it's set up. It's a very tough push for attackers. Certainly not impossible, though, and they might have one lurking through checkpoint as well. We'll see how that goes. If they can maybe get a pick, see someone in bar or down in front of pillbox. I don't know, but curious to see how this one works. Oh, look at this setup from Chaos. Spaceman, we've seen that setup before.
Oh, yeah.
Players around checkpoint.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not going to pay off here. No, they're not going to come through checkpoint. Like, Chaos is one of the few teams that we've seen actually do this. I think other teams do it, but at least on stream for us. And it might pay off here as you see a couple players splitting out towards checkpoint. Door charge goes off at construction, but Timber coming around the corner here. Ghetto might be able to pull something out. He surely heard this door open. Still just sitting, quietly waiting. And now he's making his move. Ghetto cannot take down Timber. Timber lets him have it. As now trades coming through and Tim's treasure hunt being wiped down. Chrome Trigger dropping. Index has to trade it out. It's 1v2 and Index. We have not seen anyone clutch a numbers down situation. Could Index be the first for today?
All the time to do it. This would be the time. Already up 1-0 in the OT. Pick up a nade. Great util into the box. Doesn't hit anybody. The defense is pulled back. 66 seconds to work with. Makes their move. Nick's on the run. Surely they hear this. They absolutely do. The molly over the top will slow the push. Index is spotted. Index running out of places to run.
Gotta make a move here. Gotta find someone. 40 seconds left. They're pushed all the way back towards the bomb. Ooh, that's a tough win there. And Index. What you could do in that situation, not much, as Chaos was not giving them a lot to work with. And Tim's treasure hunt not able to pull out the attack on that one. Chaos winning this defensive round. It's one apiece.
We keep it going. Tied up 1-1. It never ends.
It never ends.
It never, ever ends. Where are the drawers at, man? We had a lot of artists earlier today.
Now they're focused.
What happened?
So reminder, Tim's treasure hunt does have one map or one round since the reset, so it is one apiece. It will be the first to 4 here due to the reset in this overtime. This is only just for the first map in this series. This is a best of 3. So on to bank, and Tim's treasure hunt trying to get that attack going. And no indication of where they want to go, maybe through entrance again. The defense certainly going to be sitting in that teller area. This entranceway doesn't really give you a ton of angles there towards teller. You really have to get into lobby to see it. But certainly through accounting, you can have the opportunity to have the sight line straight out into entrance. So let's see what Tim's treasure hunt has in store for us here on bank.
Oh my goodness. Shout out to our drawers. Called out the wartime general.
Oh my god.
Nade in. We'll take out first bit of barbed wire. Takes the door down. 2 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Jetford trying to make the move. There goes the opening nade. Numbers are now even. Offense starts to flood. Jetford can't land up the shot. Does, however, push the defense back. And space here for Tim's treasure hunt.
Yeah, they won lobby pretty cleanly. Just pushed Chaos back. Two go down for Tim's treasure hunt. It's Nomad finding two. Have to be smart here if you're on the side of Tim's treasure hunt. You can't lose too many more players without trading it back. And Nomad's going to get three. Flogel going to finally take down Nomad. But the damage has been done, and Tim's treasure hunt struggling to keep up with the numbers that they have. It's a 1v3, and Timber not going to come out on top.
Tried to get the auto shotty. Just not enough of a chance. 3-1. 3-0. Now 2-1. Round count overall in the OT. Chaos take the lead. 2 rounds away from winning the first OT and potentially, maybe, possibly, winning the first set.
Yeah, reminder, it is going to be a first to 4 here, so Chaos up 2-1. Tim's treasure hunt, you don't see it, but they do have 1 round win since the reset. Chaos still on the defensive side, and Tim's treasure hunt going to have to attack here on Kildome.
We see something different. Back-to-back rounds come out of the break. You know, it stifles some of your momentum, Tim's treasure hunt, but this is the overtime you were looking for. What else do you have?
Looks like a push into observation, and usually when observation is even in play at all and you have a red door towards it, I mean, we've seen a lot of teams want to push for it. So much space to work with, and because of its elevated spot, a lot of things work, but I'm interested to see what exactly the push is going to be here from Tim's treasure hunt. A wall charge into the water and jungle from pit, but also using a door charge in observation. I kind of like it.
Might be.
Is this allowed? Is this legal?
Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah, it is. It looks like, I can't tell if they want to push through beach and just walk up, or if they're all going through observation and then run through base into pit.
That's a good
But
question.
they're using a lot of util here
Yeah.
to make this push work.
High risk, high reward. And if you lose this, you're down 3-1. Here we go. Going right to beach. Right to beach. Ninky Minaj. Here we go.
I think some will come up observation, but yeah. No, it might be just beach.
Okay, still waiting on the wall charge. There it is. And Tommy is able to get 2. So the offensive push not going well for Tim's treasure hunt. Index does respawn. 4v3. Still doable here. Low on health for Index. Flogel down on your screen, gets caught. Traded. 3v2. Timber, not in the play right now. Probably should put this down. I know you can't really, but, like, you're running out of options here.
Looks like he's going to stick with the plan, and there's really no one here to stop him. He does have his own clacker, so he can do it himself. $50 seconds left. Timber and Index trying to put something together here. Index kind of lurking through jungle. Everyone packed around the bomb, though, so no light of sight on the side of Tim's treasure hunt. That's a great shot coming out from Timber.
Wow.
He killed Index, too. So he put himself in a 1v3.
Yeah, he killed his teammate.
Trying to find an angle, and unfortunately, another TK has really hurt Tim's treasure hunt. And now it's 3-1 in favor of Chaos. If Chaos wins this next one, they win this first overtime and the first map.
Yeah, I
so
said
this
wow.
is a huge deal.
I said wow. I was really impressed, and then I realized it was his teammate. I was like, oh. Yeah, this is a great snap, but that's your teammate.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, for sure. Chaos up 3-1. Gotta think the momentum on their side, and it feels like a bit of a crumble from Tim's treasure hunt. This might be the way that Chaos come back.
Yeah, unfortunate here, and defense on Killhouse is tough. See if Chaos can finally put this first map to bed. Remember, this is a best of 3. This would be the first set. If Chaos were to win this particular round, this would end the overtime and win the first set. It would mean we would have at least one more between Chaos and Tim's treasure hunt. Looks like a push through checkpoint into Hall. And we've seen this map before when it's bar and club there on that north side. A lot of teams opt to go push through that and into crates.
Mm-hmm.
It just minimizes the number of corners and the number of places for people to hide, especially when you don't have construction below you. So let's see if the offense can close this one out, or if Tim's treasure hunt can stay alive for yet another round.
It's a big one. It's a very big one. Worried about those 2 pillars on the outside of checkpoint. Those 2 little compartment windows where we've seen Chaos have a lot of success before. They'll be on the offensive foot. They're going to full send it.
They have the riot shield here, so there's a lot of protection they can gain if they can actually just get a little bit of ground. They're going to torch this. Couple players spotted out here on the right side. Tommy does get a pick. Huge for the attackers. Roach will respond, or excuse me, Vogel will respond on Roach.
Oh, man.
Here comes the push. Everyone flooding into halls from the attacking side. Index peeking way too late. 3v3.
This is for the OT. Jet not going to be as fast as before. Usually the one to fly in and make the play, but right now has to play patiently. Nomad inside of Pillbox. It's rid of the torch for now. Index lets some shots ring out. Repositions. Everybody repositioning. Photons on the north side of the map. Really the closest to an engagement right now. Defense won't move. 2 players from Chaos will bundle up. And now the rotation from Jetford.
Ghetto takes down 1. Numbers up for Chaos. Can they close this overtime out? Or the defuse, excuse me, is coming through. Index does get 1 through the wall. It's 2v2. 20 seconds left. Time running out for attacker. Shotgun comes through. Jetford gets 1. Needs 1 more, but maybe just needs to run out the clock. Jetford can't get it, but will be cleaned up as Index comes in to help. And Treasure Hunt staying alive for yet another round.
Staying alive, man. They just keep fighting. They keep fighting. 3-2. We keep moving. Remember, they come into this overtime with 1 already on the board. Nomad was really, really weak behind that wall, so nice job by Index to pick up the kill on bomb. Jetford couldn't land the shot. Eventually did. to bank. Okay. This gets a little interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if Treasure Hunt wins this, we have yet another tie. So we'll have to go to another overtime. Chaos on attack. They will be going through loans. Actually, they're going to double blast themselves through. I saw a door charge, wall charge, and that would have been... I don't think we've ever seen someone do that.
The
Using
triple charge.
all 3 charges in one round. I don't think that's what we're going to... But I love that. I want to see that one day.
You might get it right now, actually. Is that allowed? You might get it.
I mean, of all the rounds to do it, I mean, this is the last round no matter what, right? We either go to another overtime or this overtime ends.
Mhm.
So I guess if you're going to do it, this is the round to do it. Looks like a wall charge from lobby into accounting, door charge into loans. So an all-out attack coming out from Chaos. Let's try and just close this up and get on to our second series. We'll see if they can execute or if Tim's Treasure Hunt will keep extending this. They have been fighting valiantly to stay in this. They got the first map of this overtime, but have since relinquished that lead. It is 3-2 now in favor of Chaos.
Nice angle from Photon. Again, they've pushed players back into security. Can't find the first blood. Defense pulls back heavy, though. All of the entrance right now afforded to Chaos. Blown open with a wall charge. Tommy's now in. Tommy is still alive. Roach finds first blood. Tommy's behind him. He can make a play. He can play spoiler to the defense.
Roach got one. First blood over to Chaos. They're going to close it out. They know another player's around. They've opened up the bank doors. Ooh, cheeky
Nice read
from Photon.
Amazing read out of Chaos. Oh, yeah, we're just blasting our way in. Let's go. They see one. Smokes won't cover them for long. Vault is open. Roach, great shots in the corner. Roach going to peek it. Roach gets wasted, but they'll take care of the rest. Index last alive. Not for long. Ghetto, Nomad, Tommy take the round, take the overtime. 4-2. And they will take the first set here in the semifinals. It was a long, drawn-out affair, but in the end, Chaos do walk away with the win. And that'll dispel many... What's the word I'm looking for? Concerns about doubt. Yes, thank you. Doubt. That'll dispel a lot of doubt about what this team looks like moving into Championship Saturday. And this is going to be a very, very interesting affair moving forward. GG's all around, but that was really, since the restart of that OT, that was all Chaos all the way through.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's a shame, too, because TTH did have that first game and looked really, or first round, excuse me, and looked really good in that first opening round of the overtime, and then after that just couldn't put it together. They did get one more, but not enough here to close things out. So Chaos do live up to the reputation, at least, or at least expectations, if only barely, here in this first overtime and first map. It is 1-0 for them, and so now an opportunity for TTH if they can come back and fight back in this series, or are Chaos going to 2-0? That's the question here in this last semifinal.
Yeah, we'll find out. Of course, if you want to get your channel predictions in now, get those predictions in. Use those channel points for the Gambo if you're a gambler, if you're degenerate. I heard all gamblers lose before they hit it big. So go ahead and get those predictions in now. And when we come back from this commercial break, we will continue on with our second set of this first semifinals. It's Chaos versus TTH. So far, Chaos taking in the OT 4-2. When we come back, we continue on. Welcome back, you bunch of weirdos. It's me, Corelli, that Spaceman. We're having a great time here today. Shout out to, first of all, shout out to everybody who's been working on the back end to get this thing going, both the players, the production, all the admins, everybody, like legitimately everybody has been doing their part this season to get this thing off the ground and to put in a broadcast so that we can celebrate the process. Thank you guys so much for the work you've been putting into the players who showed up week in, week out, putting on a great show. Second, none of you cowards went docs. And I just want to say, that's gonna get remembered. Okay, I'm gonna remember that, and so is Wartime General. He's gonna remember as well. And when he does, he's gonna find you.
You gotta find a new player, man.
All right. Tommy. Tommy's gonna remember. Here's the thing: we got ourselves our next set. The overtime was taken by Chaos. TTH Chaos went to overtime. TTH took the first round. There was a bit of banter back and forth. Eventually, we get the reset. Chaos comes back in, wins 4-2. Now it's time for TTH to prove that they can bounce back against a really good team in Chaos. And for really the majority of this first set, really, it felt like TTH had Chaos's number. It felt like they were really reading the room. And all of a sudden, it just, I don't know if it was just the way the overtime went or something, but it felt like we kind of reverted back to old school Chaos being what they are, just kind of out shooting their problems, and TTH still trying to figure out where they want to approach the game.
Well, I think if you look at the regular time right before we went to overtime, it was a lot of TTH going toe to toe with Chaos. Everything that Chaos would bring, I mentioned it earlier. Every time Chaos go up 1-2 rounds, it would be TTH right back at them. They'd come out with a new strat, or they would just push the aggression or crank up the aggression a little bit. So I think that was really good from TTH, and that's something that you're going to see now. Hopefully, with all the technical difficulties behind us going into a regular match, that'll be 1st to 7. This is another opportunity for them to prove themselves if they could do it again. They did it in that first round. I mean, they didn't win, right, the first map, but they did it in that first regulation time where they went back and forth with Chaos. You're going to need to do that again if they want to get into the series.
I mean, they have all the tools, the requisite knowledge to be able to go the distance against Chaos. We just saw it. We just saw proof of that very idea. Now it's time to put the pedal to the metal and show us what you got. Because Chaos, once they start to get going, they get on a roll. They're kind of like a Rise. Like, once Chaos kind of get out of their own heads, out of their own way, they start to make better plays. And really, it was no more indicative than when they were attacking through Bank and they kind of defaulted into running through the wall charge by themselves. And it felt like this is a little too on the nose for Chaos. It feels a little bit too shallow. Then they start to work the game out better and better. And TTH did a phenomenal job, literally a hell of a job, being able to keep pace with Chaos in terms of the slaying department and just simply making Chaos have to work a little bit harder than usually what they're accustomed to. And it felt like TTH had their hands on the wheel for this series, came off a little bit during the overtime, but that's why we play best of 3, because now's the time to figure out what exactly do you have in the toolkit to combat a Chaos roster that's starting to get online. We'll find out momentarily. Get your prediction in the chat. I gotta think TTH are going to come out from this break a little bit pissed, a little bit upset, but like ready to go and ready to prove that it's a one-time thing in the first set. Their backs are officially against the wall, Corelli. They can absolutely reverse sweep, but they are down 0-1 in a best of 3. If they lose the next 7 rounds, they will be out of the semis, and Chaos will move on to the finals.
Yeah, and I think the prediction didn't go through for the first one, but it was for the believers in the end. The ones, I think TTH was actually who got the most votes in the end, even though it was like 78% until we said something in favor of Chaos. The big question here is, is TTH going to bring that same level of intensity in 2 games, right? You see it in game 1. It was fantastic. They were going to go toe-to-toe, do the dance with Chaos. Are they going to bring in the second one? I think they will. Chaos still did edge out in the end, but we'll see. We'll see for sure. And I think what really helped TTH in that first regulation time as well, they started off on attack. I feel like that's so important for them to start off on attack. That aggression, I think, really pays more towards the attacking side than it does the defensive side. And that's how they can start off with a lot more confidence. So I don't know if they're going to start on the attacking side this time, but I think that makes a big difference.
I just want to know. I know, to be fair, I don't think we're going to get a big tail of the tape in the first couple of rounds, but we will certainly know what kind of confidence Tim's Treasure Hunt's playing with. I think we'll be able to see exactly how they're approaching the second set and what they feel comfortable with going for and not so much in the first couple of rounds. And starting off on Kildome, I think is totally fair. It's a good way to kind of get the test of where these rosters sit going into our second set. Chaos are up 1-0 in the semis. This is a chance for Tim's Treasure Hunt to really right the wrongs of the last and take control of the kind of series they want to have. They've been able to do it multiple times. They've gone back and forth quite literally with Chaos for the first set. Now trying to do it again. What do they have to show for it?
It will be Chaos on the attacking side. Start things off. Again, it is the first of 7. This is a best of 3, so if Chaos were to get to that 7 mark, heading no overtime, they would win this series. We'd be done for the day. And Tim's Treasure Hunt would end up going home in a top 4 placement, which is not too shabby, but certainly not what they came here for. It is a 3-2 split is what it's gearing up to be for Chaos. 3 on the beach, 2 to pit. And the 2 pit lurk has been, I don't know if it's a lurk, but the split has been very, very popular. Like the first couple weeks, Spaceman, at least the way the maps were being generated, not a lot of people were paying attention to pit. Not a lot of teams were working through pit. Now it's become a lot more popular with at least this generation. I think it's obviously because it's pushing into castle, and right behind the bomb is extremely important in jungle. So I think that's benefiting the opportunity there for attackers to say, okay, yeah, it's worth us going towards pit.
I mean, again, it's like we get to that conversation of these 2 teams have seen each other so much on these maps. How much different does it really look going in?
Only one way to find out.
And how's that?
You start her up.
That's right. Get us in.
Get us in. We'll see.
We want to see greatness.
We do want to see greatness. We'll see how the split goes for Chaos. Everyone getting set up.
Opening shots.
Oh,
AB25.
And Chrome Trigger fell into the pit.
That's a tough one. It claims another victim.
It claims yet another victim. Ooh, there's a lot of
Oh.
players looking at Photon, or excuse me, at Index, and Photon takes down Intex. And Roach will take out Nomad, so unfortunately another team kill coming out. That is the only player that's dropped on Chaos so far. It's 4v2.
It's a little uncoordinated right now from Chaos. They're gathering their bearings on the beachfront, but to their credit, when you're killing everything,
yeah, when you're in a 4v1,
really need a game plan. Yeah, you don't really need a game plan.
It's working. And
no, the pit got another.
Did he jump in? I couldn't see it.
I'm gonna assume so. I'm gonna call it. Yeah, why not? The pit.
Did he jump in? I couldn't see it.
I'm gonna assume so. I'm gonna call it. Yeah, why not? The pit claims more. And the first round of set 2 will go to Chaos, but honestly, like starting off as a defense, if you're that's not good. That's kind of a
Yeah, I'm not sure what Chrome Trigger there. And that's a very unfortunate start for Tim's Treasure Hunt. That was a pretty much very clean from Chaos. I mean, Nomad got team killed, so at the end of the day, there's really nothing there for Tim's Treasure Hunt. A perfect start from Chaos, really.
Yeah.
Executed to a T and see if they could put something else together here. Would love for them, or they would love, rather, to build up that lead and really put Tim's Treasure Hunt down in a hole. I think we might have seen or saw a 3-round lead at one point from Chaos, and Tim's Treasure Hunt kind of fought back, but getting to that point again is very comfortable for Chaos.
That is the little denominator about Chaos that scares me if I'm playing this set is once they start to get comfortable, what risks do they begin to take? And how quickly do they kind of break down these rounds, both from a strategist perspective and also just simply their mechanics when do those kick in as well. It's only the first round. Got a long ways to go. But if we get to a situation where Tim's Treasure Hunt are starting to struggle to stay at pace for the middle of these rounds, let alone closing them out, we will be having a very weird conversation about what does that spell for the rest of the series, and do Chaos just simply roll their way into the grand finals?
Big push here from Chaos into storage. Pretty rare that, not rare, but we haven't seen too much of this storage spot down below near docks. It's usually just docks, and that's about it. But the storage push seems quite nice. Very vertical map as well. And Chaos are going to push aggressively, I think, through this. And Tim's Treasure Hunt, I think they have an idea of where they're going to come.
You know what I'm thinking?
What are you thinking?
Thinking about docks a little bit.
Oh, you're not getting that here.
Dude, get a grip.
Here
Smoking.
comes the push.
Yeah, it does.
Chaos pushed in aggressively here, gaining a lot of space. I mean, not a ton of players are going to be over here for Tim's Treasure Hunt. Obviously, the bomb's sitting all the way back in the middle of the map. Jet taking down Photon. Big pick there for the defense.
Yeah, it opens up a lot of the site. Still have 2 players pinching from the back, though. They get 3 on site. Chrome Trigger catches 1.
Oh,
trying
my
to catch
goodness.
2. He does. Can't get the 3rd, but damage is done. Takes out the entire back line of Chaos.
He was still
Chaos are
alive
caught
as
in the
well.
smoke. Nomad.
They do get 2 back. It's 2v3 for... So even with Chrome Trigger sneaking through, they're able to trade 2, able to tie things back up.
It's a big round. Look, it's 1 on the board, but with the way the overtime went, the way that first round felt, that is a big, big, big statement from Tim's Treasure Hunt just to stop the momentum and put their names on the board. And really, this play from Chrome Trigger was excellent. It was just perfectly timed, perfectly executed, gets 2 kills, does his job. Nice centering and recovery from Index. round 3.
That's great from Tim's treasure hunt. I was gonna say earlier, I didn't mention it though, is they can get one during this attacking side from Chaos. I think that's a good outcome for them, just because of the aggression, or just because of how strong Chaos has been on the attacking side. For Chaos, bit of a disappointing push there on that factory map. Now we'll find out if they can do it again. You can see they called out the little checkpoint cubby on both sides there. That's their move. I don't think Tim's treasure hunt is going to pull that one off. Maybe they will. We'll see where they spawn in. But I think Tim's treasure hunt usually set up pretty default on a lot of these maps. You can see there's probably going to be a lot of contention around bar and club. Just by the way, Tim's treasure hunt's putting down barbed wires, or maybe it's Chaos saying, hey, we're not going to go that way. They might actually just sneak in through the window or something like that and into office. They do have the torch, and that might be the play. I don't know. Will be interesting.
It's like we see all these different routes, all these different lines, but at the end of the day, sometimes it just devolves into absolute chaos.
That's usually how this map goes.
Yeah.
I did see a bit of a wall charge pop out there at the end for Chaos. I'm not sure if that's exactly what they want to do, but... it is the torch play. Careful. Ooh, lots of fire. There's a roach. Took a couple bullets there. Oh my gosh, the auto shotgun coming out of nowhere. That's 3, it's 4. Oh my goodness gracious. Give him the 5K. Why not? Chrome Trigger mopping them all up. And Tim's treasure hunt, they only needed one man, and his name was Chrome Trigger.
Oh my god. The entire round being built up, the intensity just to be melted by an auto shotty is kind of amazing. Well, there's the response. You can shut down that map with an auto shotty very quickly. Let's take a look at the replay that was about 10 seconds long.
Where was Chrome Trigger hiding this whole time? He was sitting in the smoke behind the sink. He did the dishes, and then he cleaned up the opposition. This was perfectly hidden from Chrome Trigger, and he got everyone. All 5. Wow.
That was insane. Well, that's how it goes. Chaos.
That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, Chaos, what do you got? Chrome Trigger just came to your house, blew your door open. What do you do now? They'll be defending. Hopefully nobody falls in the pit this time. Looks like they're going to try to torch the interior right side of castle so they can break in and try to work through pit. We saw this in the first round when they played on Kildome. Took a while for things to get going, and they eventually just won outright. Chaos did, because they were just kind of slaying everybody. But this will be a very similar strat and setup that Tim's Treasure Hunt will now try to implement on their attacking side.
So I would assume a pretty similar attack from Tim's Treasure Hunt as we saw from Chaos, at least as far as how they want to do it. Looks like a torch from beach into castle as well. Big one here for Tim's Treasure Hunt. They could go up 3-1. This would be huge for them.
Yeah. Last set, they were down 3-1. This time a chance to reverse it. Lights are out. Hope you brought your goggles. Ooh. We're peeking that still? It's risky.
Yeah, let the man cook.
Can't land it. Was tagged. Nomad will also get chipped. Jetford at half health. Roach. Flying through castle. Vogel trying to hit some shots through the wall. Won't land. Index does get taken out. As does Jetford.
Roach with a couple there. Flogel to return the favor. It's 2v3, 2v2. Shots come down again. 2v1. Chaos with numbers up. Flogel. Trying to get any information. A lot of pre-firing happening, but no one near him. Able to at least bait out a couple of the players. Back down to defuse, and we'll take a bullet to the head. It's Nomad and Ghetto making up the mop shop. Chaos back on the board and tying things up.
Big round of stabilize from Chaos. Again, a 1v2 with one player, Nomad on low health. Still winnable for Tim's treasure hunt, but Chaos just needed to get the easy rounds. They needed to get the simple kills, the easy rounds on the board, because Tim's treasure hunt have come out with a vengeance in this second set. And while the opening snipe took a while to formulate, though it didn't connect, it did buy some time for the breach to happen. Torch was used perfectly. Just came down to a better defensive setup for Chaos.
Tied up, and Spaceman, we might be in here for the long haul. It could be another overtime with the way this one's been going.
Yeah, we might get it.
We might get it indeed. So we'll see what we'll get now from Tim's treasure hunt here, attacking on Factory. Previously, we saw, I think, Chaos. No way they got a lower third.
That's right.
Go Doc.
Let that be a lesson to all of you.
I can't believe they made a lower third for that.
Ask and you shall receive.
They're not going Doc. They're going Office.
Somebody go Doc. Please. Somebody just show me what the Doc would look like with a little bit of action around it. Who was the one drawing earlier? Who was our little Picasso? Was it Nomad? It was Nomad.
I thought it was Nomad or Roach, one of the two.
Yeah, it was Nomad.
Little 3-2 split. Looks like servers in Office for Tim's treasure hunt. See if they can execute.
One player Office might be in a great position to spot the opening. Almy trying to time up a decent molly. Line it up. Line it up. There you go. Yeah. Yep.
Gotta wait for the perfect time.
Yep.
Shout out the ISS. Here comes the push. Right Shield trying to get some information here in Office. There is just one player holding the far side of Office. And he's actually rotated off. It's been given up. Down to 5 HP. And actually taken out. Roach gets 2 Flogel and Index. As Roach will be traded out by Chrome, but the damage has been done. Numbers up now for Chaos.
It's a little sloppy in the round, but Photon and Roach have done the most damage. Nomad will get taken down. Immediate trade. Chrome Trigger has been excellent for the offense. Can he clutch up in a 1v3? It is doable. Needs to land a couple of shots. Does so. Takes out one weak player.
Got
Next
one.
positive would be Photon. Sticking it. He's got a decent split right here for a 1v2. Not a lot of time. That's the big problem.
Push. He got one.
Gets it. 1v1. Chrome Trigger trying to 1v3. The swing to bomb. It's going to happen slowly. Here it comes.
Swing on him. Oh my gosh.
He got him. Oh, he got him. Oh my god. Absolutely horked on in the defuse in time. Come on, man.
That is massive. What is that, a 4K? And he had a 5K
Yeah.
just a couple rounds ago as well. And that was a huge clutch from Chrome Trigger. And we talked about this guy, Spacey, and we said, you know, hey, if there's a player to point out, multiple times now we've seen Chrome Trigger pull off 1v2s, 1v3s, 5Ks into the 1v3s here. I mean, this guy is unbelievable so far.
I mean, that lineup right there is just immaculate. This peak, they're both weak, but this is just great setup to finish. My goodness.
Wow.
Like
It's nothing.
Yeah, like it's nothing. What are we doing?
Wow.
Oh, no. I want to know what the comms were like when that was happening.
Yeah, that'll help. That'll help.
That'll wake you up a little bit.
That'll get the boys going. And they got me going watching that gameplay. Tim's Treasure Hunt in the lead, 3-2. And Chaos really hitting bump here. This has not been an easy round, and a lot of it is Chrome Trigger just going massive.
Mm-hmm. Which is kind of what he does. And, like, that's taken a lot of pressure off of Jet to not have to just run into the middle of the map and find something. Not that that isn't an option always. But, yeah, in these one-on situations, Chrome Trigger has an ability, especially when players are on low life. Chrome Trigger's snap is probably one of the best in the game. So if you get the opposing team on low health, you better make sure you hit your shots against him. He could put you down quickly.
It's like every teammate that he loses, his gain sense goes up by like 100x.
Yes, a little bit, yeah. It's insane. It's insane. He's going to be my vote for MVP if they keep playing this well.
I mean, if they win this series, he's got to be the MVP.
Yeah.
But that would require another series win. So there's a lot of DP ahead of us if that's the case, and a lot more things could develop. I think this round will really tell me if Tim's Treasure Hunt are on the offensive when it comes to their confidence and Chaos is slipping a little bit, or if a couple of good plays from Chrome Trigger have just slowed Chaos down for a round or two. That's a good pick from Tommy to start things off, and it's the man you want on Chrome Trigger.
Take out the best shooter on Tim's Treasure Hunt right now. Certainly going to feel a little more confident if you're Chaos, but again, no dumb deaths, can't give anything away for free. Tim's Treasure Hunt will move into the kitchen. They'll now dip into the hallway. We're on a roll. Jet.
Ooh.
Can't line up the shots. Get blasted in the back. It's Nomad who takes down the opening fragger. Tommy trying to help out. All right in the kill feed. Flogel last alive. That's it. Chaos will immediately bounce back, only losing one in the process, but will shut down any extra ideas about the kind of route that Tim's Treasure Hunt were trying to go for.
And that's why I was a little worried about, that's why I said what I said is like, I don't really know if Tim's Treasure Hunt's just been popping off or if Chaos have just had a couple of rough rounds. That round tells me that Chaos had a couple of rough rounds, but they're still here and executing at a very, very high level. That was very, very clean from them.
It's a nice little pocket for both these teams to sit in now. For Chaos, you're 4 rounds away from winning it. For Tim's Treasure Hunt, you're 4 rounds away from extending it. This is a... Oh, what would this be qualified as? Best of... Best... This is essentially now these next rounds are a best of 7. You win these, you're good.
That's
Yeah,
the
it's
goal.
best of 7. Yeah. Yeah, that is the goal. That is what the goal... That is what they pay us the big bucks for. What is happening on this map? Okay, we're putting all of our barbed wire here. Yep. 2 entrance. 3 office. From the ceiling. Uh-huh.
Push into bathroom, huh? I suppose that makes sense. The only other way to get to the bomb is to go through teller, so I mean bathroom can kind of you're gonna pop out in the same spot. Bottom of teller or top of bathroom. Some close range gunfights to be won here if you are Tim's Treasure Hunt on this attack. It looks like 2 are going to go entrance freezer, which might mean 1 in freezer, 1 in entrance if they're sending 3 to office. I'm not sure if they're still indicating the same split. It looks like 2 are going around. And here they go up on top of the office as well. So it will be 3 into office, 1 in freezer, and 1 maybe between freezer and entrance with that Saber and Jet.
Nice job all the way around. First bit of peeks inside entrance. Close. Very close. There's first blood. That's big for Tim's Treasure Hunt. The offense will find the opening pick. Nomad goes down. And a second.
v3. Whoa. Chaos. Numbers advantage, and it's Jetford that still has the Saber, and I don't know if he's going to try and save or he's just going to try and find a new angle, but this is going to be a tough push. Timber needs to go big if he can do it. Watch this come out. Here's Tommy and got him.
It's not moving at all. Oh, that's probably not the best place to go. Kind of stuck in no man's land now. Jet's running in as well, trying to find a gun. Gets the NAC 11. Mullen's going to zone. They got 26 seconds.
Gotta go. Roach out in front of the bomb. I don't know if they're going to get there in time. They just got to run at it. 5 seconds before they need to get the defuse down. Roach just needs to play his life. 11 seconds, 10 seconds.
I don't think they got it. I don't think they got it.
Oh.
Nope, they didn't get it. They did not get it.
Wow.
That is
wow.
That is not a mistake, but a misread by Tim's Treasure Hunt. They took way too long to let that pinch form.
Just an extra second there might have helped, but yeah, just took a little too long, I think, to get that push to go through.
Yep.
From Jetford and Timber. I mean, clearly, obviously, they didn't get the defuse in time, but yeah, I mean, just it was good to get it down to a 2v1 situation, and Roach bought just enough time. If he had initially gone down there, there might have been enough time.
Yep.
Oh, 99%. If he had gone down in that initial peak, they would have had enough time. They would have got that half second back probably, and they might have gotten that defuse off. But Chaos, 4-3. up by just a single round, and this has been a bloody, bloody battle between these two teams, but Chaos trying to close this one out.
You know, there's been a couple of times in this series overall where we've looked at plays or players or things that have happened and said, man, that like, thinking back, that might be one of the moments that stands out. It's been very rare that a round has come down to a timer. You know, we saw like a 0.10 second difference of a diffuse that won a round versus one that wouldn't. But that was really the first time we've seen the clock run against an offense. And for Chaos moving forward, I mean, they're kind of, I assume, feeling pretty confident. They're kind of dipping out of these dangerous situations and escaping really what Tim's Treasure Hunt are trying to put on the board. But for Tim's Treasure Hunt, at what point do those small losses in those crunch moments, when do those start to stack up and become too much? Because it's like a couple of dumb deaths here or there, a couple of rounds where maybe they should have won, or a couple of rounds where, you know, they kind of have Chaos in the back ropes and they're unable to close it out. That might add up to just enough to push them out of semis. That's what I would be worried about right now if I'm them. Just a lot of these small situations that keep getting away from you.
I mean, both teams have had that I think have escaped them. Rounds that have gone badly too quickly, where, you know, they probably shouldn't have. And that's why I think it's been so close. It hasn't been clean from either team, but it's been working. Both sides have had a lot of success. I know Chaos are up 1-0, but I mean, it took an overtime to win it. Tim's Treasure Hunt certainly pushed them to the edge and had a lot of success. I mean, Tim's Treasure Hunt was leading in this match as well, up until very recently, so...
Great break in.
Tim's Treasure Hunt. In they go. Jefford with that shotgun. Wants some blood. Sees one. Cannot get the job done. Ghetto.
Wow.
Stuffs him on his way out. Ghetto will take a couple shots, but... Actually, Ghetto was taken down by Chrome Trigger. Excuse me.
Didn't even trade. It's 4-4. Uh-oh. Get a little crazy. Chrome Trigger able to pick up 2.
Don't let him do it again.
Oh, no.
Don't
He's going to
let him
do it again. He's going to do it again. Chrome Trigger's going in. He's going all the way in. They call this the Wartime General Special. He's going all the way in. He gets caught. That's not how it's supposed to go. Timber still up. Flogel will take down Roach. 1v2. Timber gets the shots. 1v1. I lied. It's a 2v nothing.
Yeah, great opening there from Chrome Trigger just to neutralize a lot of the quick defense and an easy defuse here for Tim's Treasure Hunt. They're going to tie things back up again. Every time you feel like Chaos gets a little bit of the momentum, it's Tim's Treasure Hunt that's right behind them.
They're always there.
They're always there.
They're always there, man. You know this is going to OT.
I mean, that's what I said 3-4 rounds ago when it was 2-2.
Yeah, you're right.
This
You've had to
one's
go
just been
insane.
back and forth. Yeah, I mean, this has been a very, very fun match. Much closer than I initially expected. I mean, from what we saw from Tim's Treasure Hunt earlier today, I knew that they were going to be a pretty good matchup here for Chaos, but they have been better than I expected in a good way, because I did expect a lot from them. So to Kill Dome we go. It's Tim's Treasure Hunt on the attack still. And 4 apiece. Remember, it's first to 7. We can tie.
Which would be our 5th tie of the day.
If we were to get it.
Man, that's just wild. Five ties is crazy.
It would be wild to get a 5th tie. We haven't got it yet, so let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Quick little beach push, it looks like, coming out from Tim's Treasure Hunt. I really don't feel like any team has the edge right now, Spaceman. I feel like this is so evenly matched. It's been so back and forth, and I know the scoreline reflects
Yeah.
that, but even when a team looks good in one round, then they don't really look that great the second round. I don't
Yep.
think anyone's gaining an advantage over each other.
It doesn't feel like this is breaking either way. Like, we see Chaos kind of get into the flow of things, and then Tim's Treasure Hunt pull out a really miraculous round offensively and just shut down the defense. Like, there is no... It's what we got in the first set. There is no clear cut at this moment between the two. It's just been back and forth. Feels like whoever's just going to make the last mistake is probably going to be the person that loses. It's like when John Madden said, like, if you score last, you'll probably win. Like, thanks, John, dude. Nice job, dude. Love the beach hit.
Oh, Chrome Trigger got
Great
a glimpse.
smoke.
Got a glimpse. Castle's been completely vacated, but they're holding the sight lines into it. Jetford taken down.
Ooh, Timber thought he had it first. He thought he had the shot. I don't blame him. Auto shot, he's better. All members still up for Chaos. Logal, on your screen. Work with Chrome Trigger. Chrome Trigger's weak. Chrome Trigger's dead. Logal in a 1v5. 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 1v nothing. Unfortunate. 5-4. Chaos. Go up one more round. They are 2 away.
Yeah, quality coming out from Chaos there, not dropping a single player. And I will say, when Chaos are winning their rounds, it more than likely is ending up with 4 or 5 players still up, and that's troubling for TTH, who have been basically spending, everyone to try and get these rounds. They've relied on a lot of clutch plays. How long can that last? Well, it's starting to slip, I feel like.
Is this where that chip comes from? Is this where that slippage starts to kick in? Is this the moment where we start to see Tim's Treasure Hunt lose control of the series, or do Chaos continue to go back and forth? Do Tim's Treasure Hunt continue to fight tooth and nail through every single round? What do we get? Carly, make a prediction, dude.
I think if Chaos wins this round, they'll win the whole thing.
Wow, that's really brave.
You
Dude, that's
like that?
that's a brave prediction, man.
Yep.
Chat, you
I
heard
think
it
they
here
win
first.
this round. If they win this round, and then they won't drop another round. How about that?
So they win.
Yep.
Okay.
So basically, I'm saying that they win the next 2 rounds in a row.
I think we go to 3 OTs, and Tetra has to step in and play for one of the players.
I think Tetra wants to go to
One
sleep.
of the players.
I think Tetra wants to go to sleep.
You know what, Tetra? Should have thought about that before you started putting pits everywhere, and lava pits and fires and all kinds of stuff.
I
No, you
do
don't.
want to sleep.
No, you don't. Can we get a Corelli doesn't know ball lower third, please?
You're the guy who just says hit docs and knows one player's name.
Hit
so-
docs. Am I wrong? You call
Not
this
even in
one?
this map. No, they don't. They do not call it anything.
Go ahead, entrance. Let's go. No. Let's go arcade. That's
Oh,
right.
here we go.
That's
Oh, here we
right.
go.
Yeah, that's right. Once again, proven right by the Almighty.
Oh my gosh.
And it just proves that we should have gone arcade. They called this the
physically-
Tetra Special.
They physically couldn't go arcade though.
They could go arcade if they wanted. Here we go.
Comes the
We're
push.
bomb rushing.
It feels like this is the tipping point of a game. If Chaos were to win it,
Special.
they physically couldn't go arcade though.
They could go arcade if they wanted.
On the clock.
Ah!
Jefford.
Oh,
Oh my gosh, he's going crazy. He's still alive. He cleaned him up. What? How could you let that happen if you're Chaos? You're all in there. He just walked in between all three. I need a replay.
What the hell was that?
Why did he walk? How did he walk in? Not why. How could he possibly have gotten that?
What are you talking about?
I mean, I know it's Jefford. He does what he does, but I'm just saying. Look at him. He's in between all three of them. Oh my goodness gracious. He was able to come out alive. I mean, sure, if he got two, fine, but the fact that he got all three is insane to me.
Chaos trying to look for the outlet pass. See what they can come up with here.
Gonna need something. They're on attack here on Bank. See if they, for their sake, they're trying to get in through security. It looks like.
What do you think Greg would say in this situation?
He'd grow some hair.
Okay, dude.
Unlike you.
All right, buddy.
Now the clean shave looks good, man. It
No,
looks
dude,
fine.
shut up. I don't want to hear
looks
it. No,
fine.
no,
It
no. I don't
looks
want to hear it.
fine.
Shut up. I don't want to hear it. Shut up.
looks fine.
Call this one the old wartime one tap.
Not a thing. None of these are going to be a thing. You can't.
Yeah, they are going to be a thing.
You can't do that.
No,
There we go.
I don't.
See?
I don't want
Yeah.
to see it. No, 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 no. I don't
There
want to
we
hear
go.
production. I don't want to hear.
These are going to be a thing. You can't.
Yeah, they are going to be a thing.
You can't do that.
No,
There we go.
I don't.
See?
I don't want
Yeah.
to see it. No, 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 no. I don't
There
want
we
to hear
go.
production. I don't want to hear it. You and your propaganda, you can't fool me. You know who wouldn't do this? Benoit.
I like
Tetra, next season, can we do an elimination day where we eliminate all the teams and only one stands?
And nobody wins.
Everybody makes playoffs. Yeah, nobody wins. Here we go.
4-1 split.
Oh.
And that's a. Oh my god. I think Flogel just saw God.
I'm looking at
tough.
loose leaf. Ay, ay, ay. Well, 3 left up. Tim's treasure hunt. Oh,
start.
Chrome Trigger. Oh, Chrome Trigger's got the auto shotty. Oh, come on. Oh, if God is real, he'll make this hilarious.
Chrome Trigger's very low though, so I don't know if he's going to get any 5Ks this time around, but if he can get one more, that would be a win in his situation.
Oh. Oh, Chrome Trigger's so weak. Index, so weak.
Oh, Chrome Trigger. Oh,
Oh, no.
we're looking at printer paper again. And Chaos gonna put Tim's treasure punt on.
Dude. Process. We never seen somebody just bold face 1v1 a flashbang before.
Never seen that. It's funny too. When it
Yeah.
exploded, he just-
I understand there's nowhere to go, but at least turn, man. You don't have to raw dog it. You can like at least turn away. Oh, that was good.
he was staring at the sun right there. But you know, with the way this game's going, this is going to be a tie. So I'm not even gonna-
who cares,
I mean,
man?
I'm
We'll
not-
see an OT.
we're going to see an OT. We know Tim Treasure Hunt's going to win this one. This has been back and forth the entire time.
I am putting it out there that production's been noted. I do have to leave in 20 minutes, so this is going to be a very interesting. It's going to be a very fascinating next round.
I can solo cast it. I got it.
Yeah, you got it.
Please no OT. Even production's voting against. Oh no.
You know what, dude? Full send pit. We haven't seen it yet. Actually, I want Ghetto and I want Flogel. A 1v1 mid-map with knives only. Can you do knives?
No. But that's what this game does need. It needs some fists or some knives or something.
That's right.
Go Dogs. Now we're going beach. We're hitting the beach. We're hitting
Call
the
that
beach.
the old
They call that a Miami Vice.
wartime general. Oh.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, yeah.
You ever have one of those? That's what it feels like when I walk up on beach and do process.
Miami Vice? What is
Yep.
a Miami Vice?
It's
It's a good GTA.
drink.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. No, I haven't had one. Dude, I'm playing due process. You think I got time to drink?
If my series goes this long, I might.
Next time you go to get my advice, just ask the bar. Give me the little one-time wartime general special.
Give me a due process. See what they give you at the bar. Chaos trying to close this one out. This would be a fight well worth winning if they can get there. They open up the drop bridge, and it looks like they will want to take Castle. I think there's one in Castle, maybe two. And a player sitting jungle.
Yeah, I think if you're the defense, you sit on this. There's no reason to get over-aggressive here. Play your lines.
Here
Got
comes
eyes,
the
got info.
torch. I do think there's a player somewhere around here.
Yeah.
Maybe on the outside of pit, or outside of castle next to pit. Yeah, it's Chrome Trigger, and they could smell him behind that door.
It's already been tagged. Oh, Chrome Trigger gets caught. That's not the
Yeah.
player you want to go down in that situation. Jetford's
huge
so
pick.
weak.
There goes Jefford. Tommy. Chaos trying to close things out. 5v2 now as Photon picks up his second. Tim's treasure hunt, their last chance, and it's Timber and Index. They'll have to get the job done, and we'll get one back. Index on Tommy, Roach, and Photon will clean it up. Chaos will finally put it to an end. 2-0 in this series, in this semifinal, and they will move on to the finals, taking down a very tough Tim's treasure hunt.
That is one of the toughest series we have seen the entire season. That was not easy at all, and that is all credit to Tim's treasure on how well they've played that. I was sitting there fully expecting this to be an OT.
Yeah,
So
me
many
too.
variables and opportunities for Tim's treasure hunt to continue to show that they're a team worth competing against in the playoffs. This is a squad that I hope sticks together because they put up like the best performance against one of the top teams that we've seen all season. Unfortunately, it comes at a situation where you lose once you're done. But credit where credit's due. Tim's treasure hunt stretched out a best of 3 for about 4 hours, and that's very tough to do. So they put on a hell of a fight. Shout out to Chaos for being back and forth and bending but not breaking and proving in the OT they could clutch up, and here in the end winning 6-5 or 7-5, excuse me. This was a hell of a match. This was like you said earlier, this was a bloody best of 3. And the scoreline will not do it justice, but the kills certainly will. Chaos, Tim's treasure hunt, Chaos takes it 2-0 and closes out the semifinals there with a really remarkable win.
Yeah, it was a good win by Chaos. And at the end of the day, that score line, if you just look at it, when we look back on the first season of DPL, we'll be like, yeah, Chaos should have won 2-0. But that does not really sell the story of what we saw, as you mentioned. So Chaos winning here, and Spaceman, what a day. What a day of due process. Overtimes galore. Tetra's house
man.
blew up multiple times. I'm sitting here watching the stream restart every minute. It's been a crazy, crazy
What a
day.
day, man.
Give me your final thoughts in one sentence, Spaceman.
I really enjoyed how every single player today brought their A game. We see teams rise
very
and fall,
much.
but it's been
That's more
good.
than one
No,
sentence.
shut up. It's been good. It's been great to see all the players. Seriously, shout out to every player who's been playing in the playoffs. I believe it's going to be chaos and a rise in the grand finals, unless I am told otherwise. And if that is the case, that should be an absolute banger. Remember, tomorrow it'll be a show match before our grand finals. Our show match will be a best of one, and then our grand finals will be the only premier match here on mainstream. It'll be a best of three. Chaos, Arise, the two best teams in the Due Process League coming together for one more match. That's the only way we'd want it. Corelli, final thoughts before we close out the show.
Fantastic day. Can't wait for tomorrow. Show match will be fun as well. Come back. We will all pitch in to buy Tetra new internet, and we will have a great day tomorrow.
Wow, absolute resounding wisdom there from Corelli. We'll see you tomorrow. Did you